What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome to Flying with Mike. About 15 minutes late and getting going. Sorry about that, folks. Really wasn't sure if we're going to have to push it up to the 1800 Zulu start. We were waiting on a technician. He showed up, came, went, and parts on order. Bad Aired, a 1997 Air. Welcome in, sir. Hope your day is going well. Ours is going great, just waiting on another band of thunderstorms. Welcome to the Midwest to come rumbling through here shortly. But anyway, folks, we are sitting on the line here in Córdoba, Argentina. We're doing our South American tour here, folks. We're going to head over to Montevideo, and as I've prefaced before, I love the show, Amazing Race. The last few episodes of this season was Cordova, then they were in Montevideo, then they went up to Barbados. I'm trying to figure out how to get the plane to travel that long of a distance that quickly. Not easy. Then over to Dominica, and then to Philadelphia. Had to think, because they actually started not in the country they left from, which is usually how it works. But anyway, hey, it's their show. They do it as they like. So, but that's what we're doing. We're retracing one of the legs. We're going to take them from Córdoba over to Montevideo, which is basically to help you orientate. Córdoba, they say, is the second largest city in Argentina. Not very familiar with Argentina, so I couldn't verify, but just kind of north. Forgive me, folks, I'm going to call it a bay. And to the east is Uruguay again, and we're going into Montevideo. Actually, up in the title, if you look at that, folks, Carrasco, however that's pronounced. That's actually the city I think this airport's in. Montevideo uses it. So that's why we've got it the way we do. So anyway, let's go ahead, bring this up. We're going to plan it a little different this time. I know some people have been having some troubles. And for those that are having some troubles using Sim Toolkit, something triggered me, and I'm going to quickly see if that idea is there. You also probably will need to make sure SimBrief is, yeah. Go to your settings, which is about 3/4 of the way down your menu list. Then make sure you're on the settings tab, scroll all the way to the bottom. Make sure you have your SimBrief alias in there. Now that, folks, is your login. Okay. Remember I told you we'll go through it real snappy quick again today. Toliss wants your account numbers. It's strictly numbers for that. But for Sim Toolkit, it is your alias. That comes up quite a bit because a lot of things interact with it. So check to make sure you're connected if you're not able to get it to populate. All right. But we're going to start the day off, like I said, here in Córdoba, SACO. We left off here a couple of weeks ago. We're going to push it over to Montevideo and then head on up. I'm not going to snooze this next set of ads. I want to be able to have that ability in future times this week. So in about 2 minutes, we're going to be going to a commercial break. Just a heads up, folks. If you do get caught there, YouTube will have hopefully everything for this flight up there just for you. The link was there. All right, so let's try something a little different. All right, now what I've done is mess that up. Hey, welcome to, Flying with Mike. If something simple can be screwed up, he'll find a way to do it. All right, let's try that. Instead of showing you our Twitch account, we'll show you SimBrief. Hey, Hawker, welcome. Glad you could take some time today. All right, hang on a second. Again, it is just not making me happy how I'm seeing this. There we go. All right, let me lock that in. All right, so this is SimBrief, folks. On the web, what you'll see. Minus, you don't see my browser at the top. So when you set a flight up, you're going to go in. I'm going to bring it up on my end. So hang on. There we go. You're going to fill it out, your airline, your flight number, which will, unless changed otherwise in this column. Not sure if we're seeing it or not. I may not have the cursor on, but you'll see in the second box over on the right, ATC call sign. You can actually change that, folks. Say, like for me, I fly for FedEx, Virtual Express. On the end, you've seen the flights. We just did a couple of them here. They're doing very nicely. Thank you so much, folks, for watching them on YouTube. I really appreciate that. But I fly, my call sign is FedEx 811. Just to let you know, that's what it is when I fly FedEx. However, sometimes I look it up and actually fly the real FedEx flight number up here. Well, again, like I just told you, that would be my call sign unless I put FedEx811 there. Or in this case, I use my MAC Air numbers with the airline. So that's where the flight number came from. Anyway, put in your departure, and we just went to commercial break, folks, so I know they're not hearing a lot, so I'm kind of kind of stalling with the easy stuff to get us through, and then we'll pick up here. We got about a minute to go. So we try to keep this as much informative to them as we can, but yet the easy stuff they can easily pick up over, like I said, at YouTube. So again, we'll put our ICAO, in our case, SACO, arrival, ICAO, SUMU, right here. You got the weather right here if you want a snapshot of it. And NOTAMs. I know there's some people out there that like to see those. Then you have the same thing for the arrival. Now, this will say auto, unless you really want to specify an alternate. Leave it auto. It'll do it for you. I'll show you how you can find out where they are. Put your departure time, arrival time, or I'm sorry, departure time. Okay, very simple. Okay, today's Wednesday, so that's highlighted. However, 16:35, don't think so. What are we right now? 17. Let's go for 18. You know what? Let's be a little 18:10. So we got just under 50 minutes to turn this plane. Okay, we're going to be in it. Now, for this, you can do it a couple of ways. Like I said, make sure you save airframe. So if you've got multiple aircraft out there you'd like to use SimBrief with, put them in there, folks. The only ones that could be problematic are military and some GA. Cessna 172s are in there. Be careful. C-177 is a C-17 in the military. I have yet to see it in the saved aircraft, but if you would, the possibility you're pulling up a Globemaster. Just to let you know, Globemaster 2, by the way. So you could either choose by aircraft type or by the tail number. I, as you all know, have a very big aircraft inventory available, tail number wise. So I actually search by the type, then the tail number. That narrows it down to only a couple dozen. And I can already hear people, you a couple dozen per plane? Yeah. Okay, and then this auto-populates from the profile here. You can change this, read the little question mark, and it'll, I don't even know if that'll show up for you. But you can read it. Again, we talked about the call sign, registration, FIN number, all of that comes from your saved aircraft. All right, down here, remember I talk about this, the OFP layout. All right, folks, there's all the different airlines, and that's not all of them, folks. Yeah, that is not all of them. You still got Thai Airways, United Arabs, and 2 for United. Air Frog has a couple too. I know some of you are going, what is an Air Frog? Hopefully those of you that love the airline Air France knows its nickname, Air Frog. If not, my apologies. Okay, American is the one I like to use. Now there is one for America West, which is now American. British Airways, Air Berlin, Delta, Lufthansa, you guys will know the ones you know. You can use those or slips on Lido. That is default. I'm going to go, whoops, to American. Reason I like American, it gives me, well, you saw, it gives you a really easy to read format, and then Virtual American at the bottom. Ask them to add this. They did, and it was the enhancement of what's in the aircraft. Okay, you get this all filled out. Again, a lot comes from the airframe, the units, all of that. Taxi out, taxi in, and so forth. Here's right now going from Córdoba to Montevideo, scheduled block. That is not telling you that's how long it takes to get there, folks. That's just giving you what the airline blocks for a flight of this length. Departure runway and the arrival. This, folks, you can change. Oh, getting hiccups and yawns. That is never good together. Ugh. All right, so if you hover over the weather, you get a quick snapshot. Winds 200 at 6. I'm just pulling it up here real quick. I'm just, because we've got a north-south runway, and we got one to kind of northeast-southwest. And I want 19 or 01. So that's what I'm looking for, folks. Okay, current weather. You guys can't read that. Well, let me see if I pull that box up. Yes. All right, so 170 at 5. We got a scattered layer at 2100. So with a 170 wind, we're going to use 19. No significant weather in the area. The TAF, which is valid today from 11Z, so it's valid right now to where are we here? Okay, so that's what the time it was released. It's valid from 1200Z to 1200Z tomorrow. Westerly winds at 5 and some scattered drizzle here and there. So we'll kind of play it by ear here and see how it plays out. But we're going to take off runway 9. And there's the opening for the runways. Arrival, same thing, folks. I'm going to quickly pull that up, see what kind of... Actually, you know what? I'm doing something crazy here. I lost my page. There we go. When you pull this up, okay, you're going to see a quick synopsis of the weather up here. I'm just kind of curious. I saw that. There's no ATIS here. So here we're 150 at 5. Now, I went off and looked at charts just to see what the runway look at. Here you go right here, folks. It'll open up and tell you. So 150 would favor, again, 19. It's a 7,300 foot runway. Kind of a little shaky on that one. But how about 25? 10,500. So now I kind of want to see how the airport's oriented. So I will go look at it real quick. Yeah, there we go. And it's SUMU, enter, and charts, taxi, just airport. All right, so the terminal. I need to see the parking. All right, looks like we're going to be parking up here. All right, where is up here? Kind of midway down 725. You know what? I think we're going to go 25 because of the winds. So we'll go 25. Winds look good for that runway. So all you do is close the window, make the change. Now, will it hold the change? We've run into that one. We'll see. Now, you could have also checked to see what kind of instrument approaches and all of that you have. Not too worried about it. The weather doesn't look too horrendous yet, so we'll see how that goes. And then you just start filling this out. I leave all of this empty. Your fuel planning, that can actually, your contingency reserves and all of that can be established in your airframe save. So pretty much we're done. Now remember I mentioned alternates. Alternate airports. Show the options and what it can do if you want 1 alternate, 3 alternates, 10 million alternates. It can put them all out there and the routes it will use to get you there. It's pretty cool. You can also have a takeoff. You can have en routes, which you sometimes need on them really long Eurasia flights. All right, not a lot of stuff can happen, folks, you know, where you can still make it to your destination if something breaks in flight. The minor stuff, yes, but there are times when it's a little more major. Just saw yesterday in the news, Singapore had a aircraft drop 6,000 feet, rapidly killed someone on the plane, injured quite a bit. I don't remember the type plane, don't care. That's why, folks, you wear your seatbelts when you're in your seats. Why? Because airplanes hit turbulence. They called it an air pocket. Well, there's a bunch of air, so I guess there's a pocket in the air. Yeah, I'm not going to go there. There's just too many fun things we can do with that. And then here's your suggested routes, which it pulls up. Usually if you flight aware a flight, it's pretty close to that, the last one that actually made it. Now, not the ones that are, you know, awaiting to fly. The last one that actually arrived. I like this route, so we'll keep it. All right, and that's all you got to do, folks. Once you have that, we're still good with an 1810. Yeah, we'll go for it. We just hit generate, and then it does its thing. And then it produces the flight plan that we use. And again, makes available Zibo users your flight plan so you can use the fun Jetway comes up. All of that great stuff we've seen in Zibo. Toliss doesn't have all of that, but it does have some good automation in it. All right. Okay, so with that, folks, we'll go ahead and get right into the pre-brief. I'm going to go ahead and remove that, bring in Sim Toolkit. Now we'll pick it up here. Okay, so what I do next, folks, is I come in. It's already on what's called the dashboard. Remember, I told you got to go to Settings, scroll down to Profile. Right here, make sure you put in your alias. And that is what you log in with, just the login ID. Okay, then we go to flight planning, load sim brief. And there's the flight. Call sign TAM, aircraft, VATSIM. Oh, good, it kept us on 25. Sometimes it won't. Fly now. And here's what they're talking about right here. Some nasty north and, well, north of the route. Gonna kind of, there we go. And there you can see all the affixes. But basically, we're going to fly the GENAS 1 departure, GENAS, the UW6 to PAR, UL417 to NIMBO. We'll see if there's an arrival into Montevideo. And yes, folks, I know I'm saying it wrong. I can't pronounce the other one. Carrasco, I guess. Carrasco. So, Montevideo I can't because they said it so many times on The Amazing Race. Real quick, folks, loadout for today is 136 people. We've already gone over the route. 31,280 pounds of payload. and 16,278, probably 16,400 pounds of fuel. That's just because of the way Toliss loads fuel, which is perfectly fine. I like more fuel than not enough fuel. I think we all can agree we don't have enough fuel. Yeah, it gets to be a bad thing. So I really go by that. Cost index 30, cruise altitude 37,000. So folks, we're doing pretty good today. Again, we'll go over the weather real quick. We kind of touched on it already. Winds are 170 at 5. Get your mucklucks out because it's 13 degrees here. Oh, wait, that's Celsius. Sorry, folks. 55 degrees. Still might be chilly to y'all. We're in the southern part of the continent going into winter. So it is 55 degrees down there. Get over to Montevideo, 57 degrees. Hey, we can hit the beach. 150 at 5. Ooh. Why is it saying 25? Huh. Anyway, they're calling broken at 700. That we did not see on SimBrief. That has to worry us now, folks. Now, we should be legal. Now it's time to get charts up here. Oh, I didn't expect that. Doggone it. Well, we'll go a different route here. Let me pull it up a different way. Hopefully. Well, I know it's up already that way. Hang on, let me just try something in the background here. Okay, we can do it a different way. Let's go back to Sim Toolkit. I got logged in. All right, so real quick, folks, you just go to import from SimBrief, find your last flight. Keep in these two so I can fly them another time. And there's our routing. Real quick snapshot of the weather. There's that nastiness up here. And I really don't know if this is supposed to represent cloudiness or not. Okay. Anyway, we'll turn the weather back off. Weather. We needed to look at the weather at Montevideo. 25 is going to be our intended runway. Looks like we have an ILS. That is always good news. 200 and visibility has to be at least 750 meters. I'm sorry, visually 800 meters. All right, let me go back to flights. 150, we're looking good. All still good, so we can fly. And just one last double check. Weather over here at our alternate looks good, so in case we have to divert. Okay, that's just when you see that kind of weather, folks, you gotta kind of make sure you're good for, you've got an approach. All right, and then I'm gonna load it into VATSIM. All right, folks, so let's get this thing going. We're gonna kind of go a little fast here, hopefully. I won't get into rabbit holes. And hopefully we can get this thing on the road quickly. Of course, I'm hung up with my normal thing. Hang on. There it is. And I'm definitely putting an RVR in TAM. We're a D aircraft? Really? Huh. Would have never guessed that. And our time, 1810. Good. All right, so here we go. We'll get Sim Toolkit out of the way, and let's get rolling, shall we? Okay, we are in a slight delay because somebody decided he thought the 737 checklist would be good for this aircraft. Anyone else see a problem with that besides me? Really? No one? Okay. We'll go with it. I can't. Oh, there. That's why. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, that ain't gonna really help. Same people that made that checklist, what I'm using, but it won't help us. Alright, so let's get up top here. Alright, so we need to do a quick battery check. Okay, good charge, good charge. We are on ground power. We've got our RCD, our ground control on, so that we can do cockpit voice recorder test. And we've got the purser switch up. We'll come to the IRS here in a minute. Fire warning checks. Okay, all of the engines were checked, APU in both engines. Fuel pumps I've already turned off, and let's load this plane up real quick. Right, Toliss gives us a pretty simple way to do this. Here's our fuel and the fuel load for today, folks. For today. Some screens around. 16,278, so we just hit the plus sign. And you can see it moves in 200 pound increments, kilograms, whatever. And that's why I said 16,400. Requesting fuel. Let's pop out of the airplane real quick and should see the fuel truck here. Great ramp drivers always drive through their equipment. Oh, hang on a second. I missed somebody in chat. We can go there. Pushy Tomb F, welcome. Welcome, first time chat. We thank you for coming aboard there, Pushy Tomb F, first time chatter. Hope you have a great day. All right. So as you saw, the truck is there and fueling. As soon as we get to 16,400, refueling stops. He drives away. He or she, I should say. I have a feeling it was a woman driver that drove through that baggage loader. Hopefully I don't get... Oh, I got hit. Ow. Oh, ow. All right. So, we've got the aircraft fueled. We don't have it loaded yet. Go to page 2 of the attendance. So you have mechanics, fuel, and your baggage. Also your external power and chocks. Also in the wintertime, de-icing, which we don't need yet down here in South America. Could in a few months, but not right now. Attendant gives us the ability to open closed doors for the passengers. The mechanical one does the baggage loaders. To include the right side where your caterers come in. Page 2 is where we set the passenger load. And again, 136 peeps. So we'll just use the plus sign to get there. The double plus just moves by 10. Okay. And the load, unload. Clear? Up here. There's what frame rates we're getting right now. I'm going to just click map real quick, get that set up. And then weight and balance. All right, so to get it to current, reset to current, and then we're looking to be at 139,721. We are off by 200 pounds roughly, folks. So what we'll do is come back down to that mechanical switch. Plus, let you see what you can do. Pushback. You can do your fuel. You can do your... This is where you handle the baggage and cargo and your cargo doors. Throw 200 pounds on. Load. And then when you throw them to auto, they actually do work in auto, folks. They stick around 15, 20, 30 minutes, then they get out, just like the real world. Reset the current again, and now our zero fuel weight was 139,721. We're now off by 1 pound. Cancel the flight, folks. We can't fly. That's just too much of a discrepancy. 1 pound. We're flying. We're flying. Man, we're off by 1 pound. Who does not know how to do the correct computations here? Oh, all right. So we got the weight and balance all set up, folks. Let's press on. Now, with the aircraft fueled and the weight and balance done, I'm not forgetting it this time, folks. Starting the ACARS program. All right, we are on. This one can be a little tricky. We're flying for Mac Air, and we use now Smart Cars 3. Now, for me, I have to not start in administrative mode. One of these days, I'm going to visit Smart Cars and go, why? Or what do I need to set up to? What am I not doing right is basically the question. And get this thing to work. But it works when I do this. All right, so back up here and let's continue on. Okay, let's get that APU on so those peeps can start wandering in. Okay.
CC79 go down.
Hey, welcome in, Bad Attitude. Don't forget to start your ACARS came in. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Bad Attitude, for the reminder. Thank you so much. Let me get my nav lights on and my strobes to auto. We are in a little bit of the delay today. X-Plane released the third beta in the 1.0 version, and it's looking great. We haven't gotten airborne to really give it a good run for its money, but it looks good. And Hawker, we have the smart cars up and running. The dumb cars. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. All right, let me clear the message board here. We got flap open. But yeah, we are in beta 3, and I'm seeing really it looks good. Give you all a quick gander out here. I mean, right there looks good. A nice, boy, we've been seeing a lot of that here in St. Louis. Matter of fact, could be getting ready to see it right now, and but the clouds look good. I mean, overall the scenery, I mean, everything seems to be looking good from beta 2 to beta 3. By the way, those of you that were with us yesterday for the Dallas to New Orleans to Dallas, that was beta 2. Today is beta 3. No, the day before was not beta 1. Didn't update that fast. But when they start seeing a trend, they really do dig in and try to find it. Folks, if you want to find out more of what's been updated here, head over to X-Plane, and they have a long list of what first 1.0 was, and then all of these betas. I mean, it was like 2 or 3 pages worth for the update. This one, not so much. They're just beginning the tweaking now of it. All right, so I believe the APU is started. All right, so let's get going. Okay, cockpit signs and lights. All right, what I'll do is just click here and we'll check all the light bulbs. Make sure we don't need to make an order with Sylvania or GE or light bulbs. Okay, everything's looking good down to here. We'll come back up, turn those off, and just start rapid fire. Back down here. Okay, spoilers are down, retracted, and not armed. If they're armed, you'd see the white band. Flaps are up, and if you want to confirm on the ECAM, it's right there. They don't have a standalone gauge like other air companies. Probe heat. Well, let's just work our way up. Throttles work. It's always a good thing. Go ahead, set our radar GCS on and multi-scan. The main radar is still off and not radiating. Frequencies, oh Lord, okay, first off, folks, those of you like I from VAT USA, the CTAF terms do not apply down here, only in VAT USA territory, the United States. I don't know if Alaska, Hawaii, and San Juan fall under them, but for sure the continuous 48 states. Not even Canada, not even Mexico. VAT USA territory. Use the CTAF when you're on the ground and you're not in controlled airspace, meaning a VATSIM controller up. I'm going to go ahead and get on VATSIM here, folks, TAM 572. All right, we're coming online. We'll see if I actually did file my flight plan. CTAF's going pretty good. We've got still a lot of people just, well, the problem comes in is like a Dallas-Fort Worth, New York. Pick your major airport with multiple tower frequencies. So in order to get around that, folks, so that you get on the correct CTAF, it's .CTAF in the message chat box, space ICAO code for your airport. It doesn't matter if it's Greene County Regional or JFK International. There is a common traffic frequency for them all. Common traffic air frequency. Correction. Common traffic advisory frequency. My bad. Not air. Advisory. All you're doing is advising. Do not expect clearances. Okay? That's what VATSIM controllers will do in the real world. That's what the real guys do. All right. So we went down a rabbit hole. Let's pick up the pace. All right. APU bleed. Coming up on. It's auto. Air conditioning panel. We'll set. We'll keep it right where it's at because we're actually chilly here. Forgot about that. Cross bleed. Oh, wait. We don't have. Oh, yeah. We have a pack flow for economy only. Otherwise, let her rip. And our cross bleed is in auto. Okay, gen lights are lit because the main engines aren't running. Ventilation panel good, and we're going to go ahead and begin to set up the ADIRS or IRS system, initial navigate or reference system or navigation system, however you want to say it. Up here in display, first set it to STS status. What it will show on your ECAM is how long to align. And check for on bat that it goes off. That lets you know it'll work when your generators are off. Sometimes you lose those in flight, folks. It's always nice to know where you are. So you can pull that thing up, not called a GPS or your cell phone. Where am I? No, it's actually on a map. All right, so that all worked. Okay, real quick, I'll show it. See, it's right here, lines in 7 minutes. Okay, so we'll press on real quick strobe lights. Let's just do it the Airbus way. Down this panel, all looks good. Okay, we did our tests. These all look good. Working our way. Now, technically, I could come off external power. I am going to on my part. We're on the generator automatically. Okay, strobe lights are auto. We're on nav 2. Now, folks, don't get confused. 2 does not mean now you have nav and logo light on. No. They both come on with each setting. There's 2 bulbs in your wingtips. Same color. Then you have your strobes. Okay. Nav 1 is one of those. Nav 2 is the other one. If, when you do your walk around, one of those lights aren't lit, tell the guy in the cockpit, flip the switch to the other setting. If it comes on, clap your hands because you can fly. If it doesn't, have a frowny face because you're going to have to wait on maintenance to fix that mandatory item. In the flight sim world, though, you could go. But anyway, down here, so we got our strobes, our nav lights on. Over here, we have our emergency lights on. I'm going to go ahead and kick our dome off for now. And right now, everything looks good. Coming down looks good here. So, seatbelts, no smoking's on, emergency lights armed. Landing elevation switch is right here. Make sure the notch is 12 o'clock. Landing elevation auto. Pack flow as required. Fuel pumps can now be turned on. It really stinks when you try to start up and the pumps are off because it won't start up. Check your radios, which we just did. They're now set improperly again. What the heck? I like to monitor guard. Don't know why. Put that over and knock it up one. There we go. You just want to make sure on your client your mode C is lit. If it's not, ATC will not be happy with you. And let's get the McDo going, shall we? McDo is basically Boeing heads, your FMC. Multiple CDU, multiple controlled display units. I'm just doing a quick get it set where I like them in case I need to pull them up. Okay, clear. Clear. And then I'm going to bring in charts so we can do most of this, okay? Charts. All right, so first thing you want to make sure is your engine's correct, you're up to date on your nav and so forth. Everything looks good. Go to your init page. Okay, we're going to take a quick rabbit change. This button right here, init request, will always be there to make it work, like Sim Toolkit. We talked about it quickly. Get a little bit more. We go to ISCS. You don't do this with Zibo. You only do this with Toliss. Head over here to accounts. Now, if you have the Neo, that goes up here. Read the manuals, folks. That's all I'm going to say for how to engage the Neo package. If you purchase it, it's an extra buy. It's like $10, $20 to add on to your A321 to have the Neo. Okay, you're more worried down here. Account IDs. Your sim brief ID. Folks, this is not your login ID, or what did they call it? Not even going to look. You go in to SimBrief to your account, get the number, numeric numbering ID. Stick that in there. Read the manual for these three. If you want the Hoppy, which I don't see a real, not slighting Toliss, I'm slighting ATC for really not using this. And then save. Then what'll happen you can do this, or you can go to data, function, this, and get your flight plan loading. We'll go from here this time. Oops, went too far, sorry. All right, so it just loaded my flight plan in. Get to that in a second. We got to align the IRS. Go to here, import again, here, and all right. So, neat little feature now. If you go in here with NavGraph charts, you can actually pull up the charts for taxi. Okay, no big deal, right? Position and coordinates. Go back to parking positions. I think we're in... I forgot which one I'm in. Doggone it. Let's see if I can get lucky. I'm going to look outside. I doubt it. That was correct. I think I'm in 5. All right, so if we're in stand 5, let's go to the coordinates. 4 through 7. So we're going to go south 31, 19. Okay, we got it. And 0. So we need to make this say 31190 south. Okay, 3119.0 south. Perfect. Click this line select, moves the up down arrows to longitude. And then we're 064127. Again, up down. So 64127 west. Perfect. All right. Now we still got 2 minutes to align. So let me first clear, align. So now, when we get to 0 on the IRS align, it's going to align to a spot in between gate 4 and gate 7 where we are. Narrowing where we are in the world of GPS. So it's more accurate. That's the key. All right, let's pop back out. Here's our airport. So all of this looks good now. We'll go to wind. Again, you could have done that back at data, function, boom, click the update there, or just do it here. Now, my checklist will tell me to move to F plan. I'm going to go ahead and make sure this page is correct first. Let me get rid of charts for a moment. All right, so 0 fuel weight, 139.7, dropped the last 2 numbers. That looks good. 0 fuel weight, CG. That does not look right. So, it's the slash, 26, right there it is, folks, 26.9. Now we're evened up here. And we're 16.3, even though we're 58 more pounds, I'm okay with that. That means it'll say we're under it a little, give us about a blink of an eye, and then we'll be out of fuel. So, all right, so we'll get back over here, get charts back up, because now with this page correct, we just aligned. I think I got to do it on the other side. Yep. All right, let's get after the flight plan. F plan page. Right, let's start with SACO, our departure. Today's departure is runway 19. SID. Looks like the GENAS 1 departure. and we are going to GENAS. Insert. All right, so we're going to, as you can see, we're going to come off at 2,100 feet, begin the turn to head to an intercept of the Córdoba VOR, 105 radial out to 8-mile DME, and then on to GENAS. Okay, so that's what we're looking for, 2,100. And if I switch up here to plan, dial back a little, let's go 20 for now. We can step through this like you do at Boeing. All right, there's GENAS. Okay, from GENAS, VAPS PAR. There's VAPS PAR, and we're watching the nav display to make sure nothing goes screwy. We're watching up here to make sure no discontinuities other than what we had with the departure, and there's one already with the arrival. All right, so there's PAR. Anral Ba. Okay, and then we start in. Tugal tilde. There we go. Tugal tilde. Von Abbott, not Abbott, Abbott. NIMBO. Flight. Okay, so here we got a discontinuity. All right, let's take a look at the charts program here. NavGraph. Great program, folks. If you don't have it, if you update already with NavGraph, your FMCs, a little extra money a month will give you the world of charts right here in a desktop that you can apply to Sim Toolkit. And it helps in one-stop planning. Otherwise, you got to hunt and peck the net for the charts you need. And then you got to figure out what the heck, what I'm about to do here. Are there any arrivals for Montevideo? No. But you won't know that hunting and pecking, folks. There are 12 approaches, though. We've already narrowed the field, or at least put 2.5 hopefully at the top. So when we click that, all of a sudden it opens up to show us these approaches. That's pretty cool, folks. Good luck hunting and pecking, trying to figure out what approach works best for you. Also, for those of you that are just going to fight it, fine, fight it. Check your VATSIM centers. They may or may not have charts for you. Anyway, just giving you a little tip there. Otherwise, get this program, you get all of these great features that come with it. So we're going to arrival. We are coming in runway 25. So we have a Yankee and a Zulu. Looks like Zulu looks, well, let's just, we can actually look at them. Yankee puts us on an arc to Ilpox. Okay, I can do that. Well, we're going to be plugging it in, so it'll be doing it. For Zulu, we come into Verdu like an RNAV to Ilpox and join it. Either way works for me. And of course, we have an RNAV, which will probably be very similar to that. I'm going to go with the, you know what, we're going to go with the Yankee and do the arc. So again, we're going to do a 10-mile DME arc off of Carrasco, around to radial 53 and then turn in. Well, we'll be turning in at that point. Okay, so that's what we'll do. 2-5 Yankee. There's no star. Diaz, we can choose. Okay, so we have Volper. We're not going there. We'll go here. Asosa. All right, and no transitions because we have no star. Insert. All right, now why the discontinuity? Well, technically, if ATC came up, folks, we would still continue until vectored. So that could turn into the word vector on your Boeing FMCs. Or I am just going to do a clear and a clear. Poof, gone. And connect it up. So at NIMBO, we're going to go to ASOSA, sorry, do the DME arc. Let's just follow it around. Intercept the ILS at Ilpox. Actually, we'll be ahead of it to Atemo and fly it in. Missed approach to Renix, which is a hold. Now, if we have to go to our alternate, which is Buenos Aires, here's the routing. Now, I could put a departure in. I could put an arrival in. We're under the gun because we're late now by 2 minutes, so we're not going to. So back to F plan, set everything back up, and we're ready to go on that route. Other than I just need to make my selection. And then it'll draw it out on the map. Okay. And back up here to Córdoba. All right, next up on our list would be the RadNav page. We're good to go there, and then we're going to the perf page. All right, so let's get rid of charts and head back to the fun page, takeoff performance. The only thing I have to do here, check weather. As of 1800 Zulu, which is 13 minutes ago, winds were 130 at 4. SACO, right? SACO. 30 ball knots. Outside air temperature 14 degrees. And 1014 translates to 2994. We're dry. Anti-ice. Temperature at 14 degrees. I think we're okay with that staying off. We're going to run with the pack or air conditioners on. Now, what we can do here is see. Oh, by the way, this airport is 1,600 feet above sea level. So a density altitude may or may not play into our takeoff. Looking at it, if we go with the minimum, we'll have 6,400 feet of runway. If we go with the maximum 143 V1, 1,600 feet. Call it 1,700. So I'm going to go ahead and flex, and I'm going to try flaps 2, see how much we improve. 2,500, I like it. Go with it. Lowered our numbers a little too, so we're going to go flex, flaps 2, flex at 53 degrees. So our speeds will be 137. I might set 135, 137, 140, up 4. Okay, that's a lot of information, and you can test all different things. I can switch to toga, flaps 3, toga, just a whole air conditioning on, off. So that's what this is for, folks, is for you to figure out what's best for you, and then figure out what you want to use for a V. I'm going to go 135, backs it up about a foot or 2. Now come over to the FMC, click uplink, match it. Said 1014 for the altimeter. You cannot change the temperature, folks. If it's green, you can't change it. 1014. Yes. Okay, winds, we got it, 130. Diagonal 4. Dry runway, up down arrows would be able to change that to wet or contaminated with snow, ice, whatever. Well, it won't say it, but it'll get the drift. Now, what I'll do here is put in 2 slash up a 04. Last time I did this, oops, it put us to 5 on the trim, up 0.5. All right, so now do your takeoff request. Okay, and then I just go receive takeoff data. There we go. Don't click insert so quickly, folks. You're in toga right now. Click flex takeoff. Take your time through this. We're not in a hurry. We're here to have fun. Okay, flex 53. 137, 137, that's what we're planning over here. And this time it kept us, so we're good. All our weather looks good. Now insert. Otherwise, you would have been takeoff toga, takeoff go around mode, which is full power. If you're wanting to flex, you got to slow down, get it through the system, and then click flex to get it to there. Like I said, we're going to go 135, 137, 140. If you know the formulas and how this works out, folks, go for it. Otherwise, default works. Our F speed, slat speed, up speed, green dot speed, by the way, is clean. This is 2, and our trim setting of up 0. Okay, dude's ready to go, and we're about ready to go. I am going to go ahead and get the external power off. Be careful doing what I just did, folks. Oh, I knew it was already off, but double check. Sometimes it'll blank the aircraft out and you gotta, re-establish. So always make sure. All right, so those guys are pulling away. Those dots will go away. All right, so what's left is the altimeter, 1014. See, nope, they're not gone yet. The doors haven't closed yet. There they go. Just waiting on the main door. All right, so let's arc. 40 is fine for me, VOR, LS, and constraints. In case we have to come back. Okay, we've got managed speed, managed heading. And when we go to the autopilot, and our departure has no altitude restrictions. Okay. Meaning, bear with me a second, we go to 37,000. All right, and we're managed. VOR constraints, LS, there we go. In case we have to come back, hit the ILS. And continuing on real quick. Anti-skid switch is on. Switching panel is right here. They're all 12 o'clock. And last but not least, transponder. We'll set to TARA. And we are ready to go, folks. I'm going to go ahead, call better pushback, and then we'll start getting the plane closed up. I would be remiss if I hit the right one.
Roger, copy. Please, show me where you want to go.
Eve. Look at this, folks. I'm thinking I'm right.
Ground cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Yes, we got a oh, we got a back taxi this sucker. Ah, would have been nice to be able to use runway 1. Oh, we got a back taxi all the way. Okay. All right, let's get the main door closed. And pull that jetway away. My favorite kind of jetways, where you walk through the glass.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Parking brake set, trim set, and chocks. Alright. You won't go anywhere, folks, if you keep the chocks on. Alright, folks, again, thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike today. We're pushing back here about 10 minutes late, but we're ready to go. Alright, beacons on.
Tow connected and bypass being inserted. Release parking brake.
Bear with me 1 second, better push back. You're gonna have to get over it. We're gonna make sure we're transmitting. We are on the ACAR system. Alright, here we go, folks. Final checks. Beacons on. Transponders on. Let's make sure how we're looking down here. Where are we? We're lost. There. Oh, that's Africa. That's South America. Hang on a second, folks. Let's see who's all here. Believe it or not, we have an aircraft. Nice. Córdoba traffic, TAM 572, pushing back.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Alright. How about that? Aerolinas. Oh, I forgot about that airline. I should have looked for them. I don't know their call sign off the top of my head, but that's the other fun part about streaming, folks, is learning these airlines. Alright, we're starting our turn, so I'm going to go ahead. Ignition switch, engine mode to ignition, number 2. And all we're doing is watching her power up. Up here on your upper ECAM, when we're to a point, it'll say avail, and that's when we can start number 1. Everything's automated right now, folks. So sit back, relax, enjoy as we push back in Córdoba. Okay, looks like we have a light off. Now, one thing, folks, if you, like me, get to chatting or get a phone call and you look away and you come back and you go, did the avail happen or not? If you're not building numbers, if you're building numbers on your EGT, this will still be gray. If you're all flat leveled and the gray is not here,
Complete. Set parking brake.
you will not see that. You'll know the avail happened. All right, get off the screen. Brake set. Started number uno. Now, what I'll do here is keep this on the performance page. I'll set this to F plan, and we'll go from there. And looks like we're gonna have a light off. Yes, we do. And let them disconnect. And let's get ready to do the after start checklist.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. And signal nonetheless. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike there, better pushback. Now, if it ever responds back, you're welcome. I'm going to be a little nervous. Because that's a computer doing all of that. Okay, he'll be out and show us our pins. Perfect. And daytime, yes, you can normally see hands. I just give them the lights. Okay. All right, so let's do it. Top here, APU bleed off. Everything's looking good. We're on a 3-minute timer to make sure the engines are warm. Arm them. Flaps 2. Confirm we're going to flaps 2. Pitch trim. All right, Boeing heads, I'm going to really knock you one. Really wish Boeing would look into this. They may have, but they haven't with the 737, 67, 57, 47, 777s. Did I miss any? They have that silly little gauge on the side of the panel over here that tells you where you're at. Try to put 5.7 on there. You got to guess. Here, we would have to guess what's up 0.4. Well, even the Airbus 11 folks has this, where it tells you right here, pitch trim. Set it to the correct number. So I really wish they would come into the 21st century. But I know they got to first figure out how to keep doors attached to their plane, both on the engines and on the fuselage, more importantly. Some of that is airline maintenance. A lot of it is still theirs. So I'm not going to bash them all that hard, folks. And don't get me wrong, Airbus has had their troubles too. Just not as frequent here of late. Okay. If you didn't notice on the PFD, folks, there's a plus little cross moving across. If you see it, yeah, that's your control surfaces as well. You don't have to be on this gauge for that. You can actually do it right there. All right, continuing on. APU can be turned off. And slides arm to the doors armed. So done. Ready for taxi, Captain. All right, here we go. Taxi lights on. Lapse time set. Here we go. Catch the rest while we're moving. Córdoba traffic, TAM 572, taxi to runway 19 for departure with a back taxi. Okay, auto brakes, rain radar on. Of course, somebody's going to say, you know, runway 1's available. Yeah, it is, but I'm going to take off with winds being in my favors. All right, and the runway is right there, and we'll have a 10,000 foot back taxi. Aircraft has to pass test, and it did not. Oil temperatures are not up yet. They will be by the end of the runway. The only warning we have now is our predictive wind shear alert system is off. Once we start down the runway, we'll get the radar and that turned on. Córdoba traffic, TAM 572, back taxiing runway 19. Hopefully, if you're landing, you're gonna tell me. Alright, let's kind of bring up our ground speed to about 20-30 knots, get down here quicker. I think we do have an aircraft working its way this way. I did not hear that. Did you all catch what he said? Okay, final takeoff checks. Terrain's on, takeoff menu done. Transponders, TARA, brake temperature's good. Keep the engine mode in normal. Trim set, flaps set, brakes set. Okay, V1. VR procedure. I'll tell you this much, what's coming December, folks, I'm really curious how it's going to look. The performance data, I'm not sure when that's due to roll out. But yeah, performance data is coming if you didn't read that email that came out a couple days ago. By the way, folks, if you do have any general questions about aviation, love to entertain them. The Toliss. Here we go. And Córdoba traffic, TAM 572 rolling 19. Flex. knots, clear, speeds look good, 80 knots. Believe me folks, when you're back taxiing, you do want to try to get airborne as soon as possible. P1, rotate. Córdoba traffic, TAM 572's off and clear the airfield. Alright, kind of lost where I was at there. But anyway, if you have general questions, folks, hey, I'd love to hear them. If you have questions about the aircraft we're flying or navigation systems, really love to do my best on them. Especially if we're talking SimBrief. We've had some YouTube questions about SimBrief, Sim Toolkit. I love entertaining those. Okay. Go to flaps 1. Yeah, we're going into the cloud already. Doggone it. Oh well. Well, we're on our way, folks. We're turning on course and headed to Montevideo. All right, after takeoff checks. Okay, we got the autopilot on at 400, actually a little longer than that, and spoilers off. Flaps can come up now. And anti-ice, I'm not going to run with any yet. Landing lights at 10,000, and we're on our way. Now, what was that restriction? 4,500 feet until we reach 8 miles from Córdoba. We're 5 miles out, so we'll level. See if that aircraft was coming in. Oh, no, he wasn't. Okay, cool. Alright, so we have the aircraft we saw on the ground, folks, is departing for SABE. I'm not 100% sure on that one. So, oh, we got to look out. Let's hang on. And looking at SimAware, folks, I think all that nasty weather is going to hang away from the Montevideo's SUMU airport. Look at that. That, folks, looks really impressive to me. Really nice job. Set to 40. Weather radar is on. Let's set the tilt down to, and we're good to go, folks. Right, final checks were at 9,000. We're going to go ahead, turn the landing lights off. As we continue, the flight level 370. Hope you enjoyed. Glad to have you aboard. If you're new or haven't done so yet, I'd love for you to smash that follow button, folks. Love to have you aboard. Nerd with Wings, how's it going, sir? Ah, appreciate that. Available more tomorrow. Okay. I'm available quite a bit. So, my availability is pretty much any time you want to talk. So, okay. Within reason, don't try 2 o'clock in the morning. Just kidding, folks. Believe it or not, I just might help you. So, but yeah, love to chat with you, sir. Or as we said in the military, sir or ma'am. Look at that. Oh, bad attitude? Well, here's what the weather looks like. That is just beautiful. All right, those of you that love to search the net, no problem. Noon to whenever. All right, sir. Well, we're planning a 727 flight tomorrow, so we'll get with you then. Those of you that love to search the net, we're trying to figure out one. Now I think it was an A330 we saw a picture of from Hawaiian Airlines. Lilo and Stitch. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the movie. Well, I believe it's Hawaiian, but it may be our favorite airline in Japan that loves. They've got all the Star Wars aircraft. They've got the Pokemon aircraft. I'm thinking they're the ones behind this, but they now have a Lilo Stitch, maybe, but it could be Hawaiian. I'd love to see if, one, that aircraft really exists out there, and two, does it exist for us in the flight sim world? Just curious. It looked really good, by the way, but I got a feeling it was AI. You know that, shh, can't say that word too loud. AI. Because everything's AI. If it's not storming. Oh, I hear you there. Matter of fact, you know what? I've got a little bit of time here. Well, thought I was going to be able to pull my phone, but I forgot it is charging. Oh, it's done. Cool. Wife got me this nice little gizmo, except it's got one headache. Can't really charge easy a cell phone in it. Really nice that the cord can run under it, come up this little slot underneath to charge your phone, but then it's pretty well stuck to it. So, you know, we try. But I do need to check a couple of things. All right, let's see the weather. What the weather in St. Louis is looking like. I know they say anytime after 1 o'clock here. Oh yeah, there's a big blob moving our way. That's not severe, but a blob nonetheless. So, and you know, that's the funny thing with storms in our area where I live. You can get some of those major, super scary, severe storms, popping tornadoes left and right, dumping basketball size hail. No, just kidding. Well, there are some that do that. And our power stays fine. But you get a little blow up thunderstorm, maybe one bolt of lightning, and boom, the power goes out. You're ready for the Mondo Condo, but it's that one you just never expect. So, anyway, folks, yeah. No, I take them all the same. Best to be safe, you know, if it's a big storm or a little storm. If I'm not going to be streaming, I'm going to be taking care of the computers. Now, if I could do like spy flight, put a camera up on the house, we could actually see the bad weather moving in and rolling through. About a month ago, folks, if you were listening to the stream, we had one of those such storms, Mondo Condo dumping tornadoes and hail all over the place. Got a little nervous to get under the stream and was watching outside, and I wish I'm still trying to fully learn how to integrate my cell phone camera to the stream. Looking out my window, which is south towards the small town that I live in, I will tell you, I swear I saw 2 wall clouds going across the line there. Wall clouds, if you're not familiar with the term, funnel clouds. Tornado. Eventually could be tornadoes if they touch, but they're not to the ground yet. Problem is, they could have been to the ground. I got houses and trees in the way, so I can only see a little bit of them. But I'm here to tell you, they really did look like funnel clouds. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, if only I could be filming online. So, all right, well, this is a fun cloud. We've gone into the abyss, folks. I'm trying to wonder, is there an end to it? There's nothing showing on radar. And by the way, folks, I'm not sure if this is a shout out to Toliss, X-Plane, or both. Zebo, add yourself in this, because I do know Zebo also. Folks, the weather radars on the planes have been multicolored. Not just the greens that we got used to, they've been multicolored to help you. For instance, when you look on Sim Toolkit or SimAware and you got the weather turned on, you know, you see the multicolor, the greens, the yellows, the oranges, the reds, and hopefully not the purples, or vice versa, the blues when we go into snow and that. They were showing up on the radar screen yesterday with Toliss into Dallas. Really loving it. Zebo had it a couple of days earlier. So kudos to whoever got that going, because oh my gosh, did that really look good on the screen. So thank you guys. I'm kind of wondering, when are we gonna pop out? Now I'm starting to think, do I have any warnings about ice? No. Now, over on this screen, folks, this is terrain radar. Not expecting any terrain this direction. Had we gone west, we would have been over the Andes. So, all right, well, we're going to take our time to altitude, so we're going to do a quick system check here. Get our fuel balancing. Oh, we're actually pretty close. Still do it. All right, so the transfer valve here, folks, okay, it's actually a cross feed. What it's going to do is it now takes both wings and is filling both engines together. Now I'm going to throw the monkey wrench in and turn off the left wing. So now the right wing is fueling both engines. Now, to make sure we're not killing the plane, okay, the engines are running fine. We're just going to bring this number down to wherever we're equal with this. Some fuel will spill in, but it's not taking that fuel and putting it over there. It's just basically burning it in both engines. Get down here again. Cool. All right, let's go back up. Everything looks good. Crossfeed off. So now the normal setup for a short haul flight. Left engine is running engine 1. Right tanks are running engine 2. When we turn the crossfeed on, then they begin doing both. Okay, continuing. All right, and then here's a quick synopsis of what's going on. Cabin altitude set to 7,000. Landing elevation auto. Here's what's inside the airplane. And the quick snap of the engines. So, weight. All of that good stuff. We're still not out of the cloud, folks. Although I'm starting to see the tops. See if we can. Sometimes that's a pretty good screenshot. And of course, we go back in the cloud. All right, we are at 35,000 and inching our way now up to 37. All right, I just noticed something here. Let me get that turned on real quick for y'all. But again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. It's always a pleasure to get out here and do some flying. We're just about top of climb here in about a minute or two. Now we're starting to top out. Great screenshots here, folks. Great screenshots. Let's take a look out the wings. Let's see what I got in my inventory here. Oh yeah, we got some good. Look at that. Oh. Kind of reminiscent of when we came out of Arizona a couple years ago, folks. Just looking out the window. You know, I'd seen some weird texturing in X-Plane. I thought, that's not how real clouds are. And sure enough, coming out of Arizona, there they were. So, I really like where they've been going with this whole X-Plane 12. Once the weather and the clouds really came and began to gel, oh, they're doing a great job. Now, if you're looking for thunderstorms towering from the ground, 30, 40, 50,000 feet, folks, get Active Sky. Pay for it. Don't expect a flight sim company to do that, because that really hurts performance. I can attest to that one. But the, whatever they, the formulas are for how they do the clouds, works great to give me great frame rates. Speaking of which, let's find out where we're at. 76 frame rates. Folks, I'm not gonna complain. I know you would, but not me. Let's look out this way. Looking great. I mean, so there is some method to their madness, folks, of how much you actually see out your windows, and it's mainly for performance. You don't, folks, it doesn't take much VATSIM traffic plus weather to really start on the slower machines bogging them down. It really doesn't. I can attest to it, because JFK, you just put, I don't know, we've had, what, 5, 6 people there, but boy, you load some weather in there, holy mackerel, I'm down at 20 frame rates. And, I'm not going to back my scenery off, because I really love what I'm seeing, so I have to come off VATSIM. Some people don't know about the 20 frame rates rule. I think we saw that in Copenhagen a couple days ago in that event. Poor guy kept going off and on, and I'm thinking that's what was going on. His frame rates weren't moving, and he either needed to lower his frame rates or get airborne, then come back on. I've had to do that a lot, folks. I'm going to at least be respectful for the controllers when they're being respectful of us. So, But again, I don't know the guy's situation. He may have just been a troublemaker. Who knows? But that is a big thing with VATSIM. 20 frame rates or more you have to be able to maintain. And before someone out there jumps in with another great ATC, folks, they're also 20 frame rates. Otherwise, you get ghosted. I have been ghosted there. Now, you're still connected. You just have to request unghost, but still, it's a pain in the room. So, stand by. Message coming in from the boss. We'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back. All right, we're making the turn here, and we're beginning to head towards Montevideo. You can see why we had to be a little concerned with weather. These clouds could really begin to pose a problem. I did it wrong, folks. Dang it. I was doing it for VATSIM. There we go. And there's the weather we're looking at, folks. Now broken 500. Starting to get a little worrisome now. Overcast 10,000. So with those numbers, visibility is still good. Now we're going to have to start looking at the, getting into the nitty-gritty of the approach. I think, Matt, 1997 Air, if you're still out there, you know all about that part of the charts. So, all right, speaking of charts, let's go ahead and bring them up. Right now, we're at top of climb, so real quick first, seatbelts, wing lights, make sure we're in cruise. Well, it still shows climb here, but that's fine. We're 158 miles out from top of descent. All right, so here we go, folks. Let's get those charts in here and start figuring out what this approach looks like. All right, so we've done the departure. We're coming off par, headed on rail to Wa. And let's see how that, we're not going to be able to read it. Let me see. All right, that is Wael Wa Yuchu. Yeah, just go Wa, G-U-A. Wow. Ooh, yeah, look at that. All right, so for the charts. Okay, we have no ATIS, but let's look at the MITAR real quick. And I'm going to hide this so you can see it all. Because some of you may not understand what all of this gobbledygook means. Well, it's translated out to you. Oh, they've changed. Whoa. As of 6 minutes ago, it changed. Haha. So what you guys saw in chat is 1800. We're now 1900. So that's an hour plus old. And it's for the better. Scattered at 500, not broken. Very important words there, folks. Scattered is not a ceiling. You can see now the ceiling is set at 2,300 feet. That helps us out a lot on our instrument approach. Okay, winds are 170 at 7. 9,999 meters or greater for the visibility. So all of that puts us into a, at least the basic category 1 approach. Okay, overcast 10,000. Ceiling is set with the broken layer at 2300, as you see. Temperature 13 degrees, dew point. Yeah, that could start some fog, so we have to be careful there. The visibility could start coming down. And the altimeter is 1013. Now this little indication here, no significant weather, don't really know the definition that actually specifies, but it should mean there isn't anything significantly going on like rain, snow, thunderstorms, thunder snow, any of that. It should just be cloudy, icky, cold, because it's 55, well, chilly, 55 degrees, but that dew point could start in some fog, so we'll see how that works. Okay, so that's the weather here. Now, let's get into the charts. I'm going to go ahead and hide all of this. No instrument arrival for the airport. We're coming in on the ILS Yankee approach for runway 25. All right, now we're using JEP charts. Again, that comes with NavGraph charts. We talked about it. If you're already on NavGraph for updating your FMCs, and wow, it took how long for them to finally be able to update the sims. Each of the sims, I don't care which versions you're flying, but the nav databases that are in there. Used to be only with a major update to the sim. Now it can be done through these organizations that updated FMCs. Really cool. But here's our approach. Here's our tower frequencies. Okay, so we're going to come in on the localizer of 109.9 ICAR. Final approach course is 245. Reason you want to know this is we're going to actually start here, fly this DME arc into the localizer. Adamo, 1,750 feet above sea level, or MSL. The brackets are above ground level. Decision heights and altitudes. Okay, we need at least 200 feet for our decision altitude, or 302 feet MSL. Separation right there. 102 feet above sea level. Hence the difference. Missed approach to Renix if you want to read it. And transitions 3,000 feet and DMEs required. Why? Because they love you so much. No, because you're working this arc. If you were flying, say, without an FMS and you were flying with your gauges and, hand flying, you got to work a 10.7 DME arc off the VOR to intercept the ILS. Okay, from Adamo, 1,750 feet MSL. These are the numbers that should read on your altimeter. Okay, folks, I just brought that up. The altimeter is here. Okay, your altitude above sea level. Your radar altimeter shows here. That's your altitude above the ground. And by the way, your METARs read above the ground. Living in St. Louis or in this region is not a big factor, but you get to places like Bogota, El Alto, airports that are a mile or two up, or close to 3. It becomes, because if it says 200 feet, folks, that means it's 200 feet way below you if it's above sea level. So that's why it's red above the ground. But anyway, these are what your altitudes MSLs should be. Mainly if your glide slope's out, but it also gives you a target point as you're going in. We'll hit ILPOX at 3,000, 1750 at Adamo, 5 miles out, and coming in on the glide slope. We'll get to this chart in 1 second. Missed approach diagrammed out for you, and our approach lighting system is a Malzer with PAPIs on the left, hopefully. Okay, our approach speed, we haven't done that, so we can come back. I'm going to guess right here at about 700-ish or so, but if we're close to 140, it'll be 743. 2 minutes, 9 seconds, otherwise we got to kind of guesstimate. Kind of do that Boeing thing for trim. And let's put it at about 2 minutes. And we'll go with 20. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to get from Adamo to our missed approach point. Speaking of which, 200 feet AGL is our missed approach, which is 302 feet on the altimeter. And we need at least 750 meters. I think 9,000 qualifies that we're above minimums. It looks like we have an air show again in progress here. So that's pretty cool. Sound of freedom flying overhead. All right, let's get rid of charts. Let's find out our speeds. Going, huh? Let's go to landing performance. $1,900. Okay, so this data here is correct, folks. Yeah, I know it says 2991, which is a 1013 altimeter. Right now, the runway's showing dry. I am going to go ahead and run with engine anti-ice only, just in case. We're very close to 10, 30. We're very close. 10 degrees, you would want anti-ice on. Check our landing weight estimations. I'm going to go with weight and balance. Okay, they're estimating us at 154. Is that what we're showing? We'll keep it. Air conditioning on. 10,000 foot runway. Reversers. Let's find out what it does. As you can see, it's doable. But we really ought to be coming in on 1.5. Actually, ooh, I see why. Let's try runway 1. Let's just see. It's doable, folks. Let's go brakes medium. What we'll do, that's what we'll do. All right, so we'll be on medium brakes, landing. Well, we're close to 140, so 743 minutes or 743 feet a minute. 2 minutes, 9 seconds. That's what we're going to plan coming down. Landing speed will be approximately from this gauge right around 130. All right, so there you have it, folks. Now, if we're coming in 1.9, if I end up switching this, let's see what kind of an approach we have. I do have an ILS. I have an RNIM. Let's do the ILS. All right, let's brief this one up. We're going to switch out here. We'll do it real quick on the fly. We're going to come, and that's because winds are 170 at 7. That's not pushing too hard on our tailwind, but it is significant enough that I do need to think about it. Right now for 2.5, we're looking at a 3-knot headwind. A 7-knot crosswind. We'll go ahead and keep it. Let's just keep it. No need to change. However, if somebody comes up, we may have to. All right, let's get our numbers in real quick. Let's look. Okay, QNH 1014, 1013. Okay, 1, 0, 1. Temperature 13. And 170 diagonal 7 302. We'll use MSL, MDA, DH is AGL. Pick which one you want to go with. Tell you a little something in case you weren't here yesterday. I watched a video on this, and it was quite interesting about how pilots, which one do they use? They're the same point in the sky usually, folks. So which one do we use? The DA on the Airbus is, or radio on the 737s is primarily when you're going to go Cat 2, Cat 3, maybe even RNIM. Otherwise, you'll just use whatever the barrow is. In this case, 302. All right, we are about 10 miles out. Okay, we're going to descend to 3,000. Got the dot, means it's going to go managed, and we will meet up with the glide path in earnest to make that 3,000 by TUZIB. All right, in the interim, let's do some checks here. Got the arrival already in, the performance is in. Let's get our descent winds in. So, left side here, folks, if you click for this line, you're only going to deal with airways, or I'll show you, airways, holds, and enabling your alternate. The right line select key for this line opens up your altitude constraints, speed constraints, if you've got any and they're not there, your step altitudes, and access your wind data. So you're updating the winds aloft data in here. to help it project a better descent path for you. By the way, you could do that in Boeing too. Read the documentation. Oh, sorry for the sniffles, folks. Oh. Speaking of sniffles, let's take a look at sniffing out some thunderstorms. All right. Again, nothing overly major nearby us. A lot of rain, some lightning. Okay. Garden variety thunderstorms. Alright, just seeing if anything's actively worrisome about them. No, not really. Maybe a lot of rain, a lot of some wind, but beyond that, not much to worry. Usually this time of the year I'd be saying we need the rain. We could really share a little bit. And again, thanks for everybody being here. Those of you who haven't had a chance yet to click follow, we would really love for you to click follow. With the notifications on, it would just let you know the next time we go live. After this flight, I think we're going to switch gears, head over to Europe, and fly a flight from Cyprus to Ben Guri. So I think that's where we'll head next. Tomorrow, I've kind of alluded to it, we're going to do a little bit of a retro Thursday and put the 727 in the air for Pan Am. I'm sure our CEO of Virtual Pan Am would appreciate a flight or two. We'll see, maybe three, because they aren't that long of legs that I have to do with it. So we'll kind of walk through the weeds in that one tomorrow, but we'll start the day off in the 727. So tell your friends, have them come over here. Hey folks, like I said, I'll answer any questions you have about the flight sims. I'll do the best I can. I can talk Microsoft up to FSX. Matter of fact, I really miss flying FSX. It was a very good sim. I already know some of you aren't liking me for saying that, but I finally had a computer that could run it, except I didn't make enough memory in one of the hard drives. It just wouldn't start. It completely ran out. But once I got a decent running computer, it was phenomenal. Granted, you needed some Orbix and all of that in there to help the scenery along. Boy, folks, it was a great sim. Not as great as a Century of Flight. The best one, I think, to date, Microsoft ever put out. So, sorry to say to those of you that spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Here at X-Plane, though, I think they're right up there with the flight simming. I mean, everything is dynamite. It's a total different look at how you fly through the atmosphere. Instead of by tables, the Microsoft way, you're flying more of a how the physics of the world are. It's very difficult to put that into a computer. They've done a pretty good job here at X-Plane with it. So that's why I haven't gone back. And you can yell at Hawker. He's the one that kept pushing me to come to X-Plane. Yell at him. And but I'll tell you, I really do like X-Plane over Microsoft. And that's why you don't see Microsoft, either FSX, a Century of Flight, on here. I really am committed and think X-Plane. From when I tried it many years ago, X-Plane 6, I think it was, that's the part that made it so hard for me to come over. It was just... And Austin, forgive my language, it was horrible. To the like 180 degree turn they took to improve X-Plane is remarkable. And that was only about a 10-year time frame, folks. So maybe a little more. So great job, guys. That's all I got to say over there at X-Plane. All right, so we're starting to come out of this layer of cloudiness. 22,000 feet coming up to... Hey, Babbitt! It's the name of the fix, folks. Babbitt. Pabbit. Babbitt, Pabbit, however you want to say it. Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato. Babbitt, Pabbit. Yeah, next flight we'll be doing today, folks, will be over in Cyprus. And like I said, we're going to head over to Tel Aviv in Israel. All right, so let's get into the checklist here as we've now dropped below 20,000 feet. Okay, we're looking good. All right, since we're not, well, we're fine. Let me bring up those charts again. Let me explain one thing on here. Matt 1997 Air, if I'm incorrect, please correct me. Please. If you're still out there. Helps to hit the charts button first. Hey, there we go. All right, so as you look at this, folks, okay, we're going to come into a SOSA here. We're going to fly a 10.7 DME arc around CRR's VOR. Now, it's telling you 10.7, there's your fix you're working off of, in this case a VORTAC. This is the minimum altitude. As I understand it, you're supposed to fly. So, what I'm getting at here, folks, when you looked at our 80-mile range, I'm just trying to see, I need to move it over, I thought so. All right, so as you look, you're seeing it right here, 3,000 feet, not here at a SOSA. It's not telling you to fly it at 3,000. Okay, it's telling you that is your minimum. Your actual lowest you got to be technically is not until ILPOX, except you're turning in. So your lowest will be literally 1,750. But as long as you're at 3,000 feet here, making your turn in, you are legal. Again, barring any comments from our instrument pilot in training. Love to know if I got that right. If not, I can always check with, well, no. He's been out of flying for a good 20 years, my dad. He knows, but, you know, things like me. I mean, I've been out for 40 years, and oh my God, has things changed. So, you know. But I believe that's how that works, folks. So you can fly descending in the arc, but you got to be 3,000 as you make the turn in, and descending to 1750 to make your Atomo fix. All right, now we are not at transition yet, folks. It's 3,000 feet. And let me do a quick check. No ATC has come up. Let's do another check here to see what kind of traffic here waits us in Montevideo. I think we were in Uruguay. Where's S-Gas? I think we were. If not, welcome to Uruguay. So, didn't want to sneeze in your ears, folks. And for those interested, May 25th, Saturday, it looks like calling it South America Overload. So my guess is get ready for a lot of flights in the Sao Paulo, Rio area headed down to Argentina. It looks like Chile is involved, so it looks like the whole continent. I'm looking for some of the other big players. Yep, there's El Alto, Peru. Yeah, so enjoy Saturday, folks, if you're up to it. Come on down to South America and enjoy the overload. What exactly that means? Probably means a lot of traffic. All right, I'm going to go ahead, pop the speed brakes, start getting this bird slowed down. I'm going to take over speed and set it to 240. And speed brakes. Oh, look at that. Oh, and we're getting near sunset again, folks. Oh my goodness. What's coming across from Chile? A couple of A340s. Oh, and a 740, an A340 600 and a 747 800. So Saturday, folks, if you're looking for VATSIM traffic, just to give you a ballpark, it starts 1800 Zulu, ending at 2215 Zulu. So pretty good time down there if you want to fly in South America. It ought to be staffed up very heavily. One of my favorite flights down here. We're going to start maybe aiming up to do it. Head up to Sao Paulo. I can't remember how you pronounce it, but it's the other Sao Paulo airport, the smaller one. And go from there to Santa Dumont, which is across the bay from Rio's major airport. Talk about an approach, folks. Wow, I'd really like it. To a 4,000 foot runway. Airbuses and 737s do frequent it. There you go, Hawker. You're looking always for a challenging airport. SBSJ, folks. All right, we're below 10,000. Verify seatbelts are on, lights are coming on. Now, I'm gonna explain to you what I just did. I dropped the strobes to auto. All right, why? Well, if by chance we have a low visibility at Montevideo, the strobes will come off when we land, meaning they're not going to be obnoxious to other pilots on the ground. I know they're supposed to be on when we're on the runway, at least in the US, but by turning those off, that's one less distraction for pilots taxiing. So I'm kind of nervous about this 2-point separation. All right, so let's get in here, get everything set up. We are going to set up for an ILS coupled approach. Start announcing our intentions here shortly, as soon as we hit a SOSA. Good thing is it doesn't appear anyone's on the ground or in the area coming in. Let me double check. Yeah, we're the only thing. Okay, one last check on anti-ice needs. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. All right, engine. Let's go ahead, get our ignition system on. Yeah, I think we're okay with that. Just to 20. That'll show us traffic good. A SOSA. Now our plan is to be here at 3,000. I'm going to go ahead and back us down to 220 on the arc. Speed brakes. All right. And we said medium brakes. At this point, folks, we could actually begin introducing flaps. Okay. All right, let's get the speed brake off. Check. And it's sold. Lap. landing gear out to help start slowing us down. Localizer. Looks like we did not make. Glide slope is on now. Okay, let's go. We're going to go ahead and turn them both on. As soon as I can see, I'll probably take it off. That is the outer marker, folks. Okay, I saw the runway, but then I lost it. Montevideo traffic, TAM 572, approximately 8-mile final, runway 25. Correction, 5-mile final. Laps full. Okay, spoilers to arm. LS is 132. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take over. And Montevideo traffic, TAM 572, 3-mile final, 25.
400. 300.
100 above.
We'll be landing.
200.
Stable landing.
Minimum.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Retard.
10.
5.
Welcome to, I'm calling it Montevideo, folks. I know, you all can have fun with it. Get over here, little airplane. I am going to guess this might have at one time been the terminal for Montevideo. Not certain. Just taking a guess. And we have a aircraft here. Alright folks, just waiting on the gate here. Take the one right next door. Kind of curious if the gates work here. Okay, brakes are set. Ready. All right, folks, welcome in. Hope you enjoyed the first leg of today's flight. We are, like I said, gonna quickly go through this and then switch over to Cyprus, and let's do a run out of Cyprus down to Tel Aviv. LLBG, Ben Gurion. Okay. Let's see here. Get those brakes to cool a little faster. Alright, so seatbelts off. And the beacon's off, and that'll get the little trucks and all moving around. Looks like the jetway's gonna work. For a second there, I thought that's as far as it was gonna go, folks. Alright, so we're hooked up. Alright, let's see first. I'm gonna just bring up the airline. They got us at 290 feet a minute. And pending. Let's double check. There you are, Millennium. And we'll go here to the profile. Down to my charter flight. It is recorded. Whoop, whoop. Well, actually, we might need that page. Alright, so it is there. Cool, so we can shut that down. Now, let's take a look at what Sim Toolkit did. And I did not see, did anyone put in something? No one guessed. Alright, so that's not too bad. We bring up, first off, let's get rid of that overlay at the top. And Sim Toolkit here. Alright, so here's our flight, SACO to SUMU. Let's view the details. Hour and 20-minute flight, 462 miles, burned 3,300 kilograms of fuel. A lot better today, 1.2 on the G's and 327 feet a minute. Let's see how that all looked. Felt good, looked good. All right, about 1,900 feet down a 10,500 foot runway. According to this, we were 16.5 feet off the runway center line. I don't know. That looks pretty close to me, folks. I think it's, oh well, it is what they record. No need squabbling over it. All right, we do have a displaced threshold here. What does that mean? In the real world, that is only for takeoffs. So you could conceivably come down here, taxi in, and take off full length. For us landing, we have to land at the threshold bar and then down the road. So that's where the blue dot is. Now don't look for the blue dot, that's just superimposed. But anyway, there are 500-foot hash marks here. And so 1,500 feet here. Just about 2,000 here. So, you know, it's pretty good landing, folks. And we're parked right there. So, nice little airport, longer displacement here, probably allowing for a plane to get into the box here and hold for a takeoff or a landing. You know, I don't know, not there, so we'll look later. Overall, a pretty good landing here in our aircraft. All right, folks, well, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to allow the sim to be shut down, restart it, because we're going to first, let me just do this first. Let's really quickly take a look at it. Profile. I'm pretty sure there's at least a flight or two there. LLBG. Why don't we just fly it for Mac Air? I told you there's a few. Well, we've got an A321, an A319, or an A320 we can fly. Or their equivalent in the 737s. Why don't we stick with the Toliss theme today? And let's pick up, you know what? Let's fly the A320neo. That'll be all 3 versions in the last 2 days. So, or better yet, an A321neo. How's that sound? All right, so bear with me. I'm going to pick one here. All right, and minimize. Come off VATSIM. And I will be right back. All right, folks, I'm back with you. So let's go through this. Just put this on for now while we reset the sim. And we'll switch out aircraft here real quick and airports. So we're going to be flying out of Cyprus for Tel Aviv. And I hope y'all enjoyed the run into SUMU. I call it Montevideo. I know it's a different airport name. That Carrasco. Let's go there. I don't know, Uruguay. So, all right. So we're gonna do the A321 Neo. Well, let's see what we can pull up here. What would be a fun one to see? All right, hang on a second, folks. Gotta do some checking here. Unload. Edit. Doink and doink. And let me go look this airport up. And we're going to alter the time a little bit. I don't feel like flying at 11 o'clock their time at night because you can't see the aircraft, folks, when we look outside. Although this is such a short flight, there may not be much to be outside looking. So, really, really like the splash screen, folks. Really like what they did. All right, let's see first off if the airplane is correct. It is. Oh, look at that. We got Frontier. Who'd have thought? Wait a minute. Is that the Neo? Doesn't look like a Neo. All right, so let's do this. Um, really is going to make me move it. Ooh, now we're set up. And if anyone knows how to get these Lua scripts to load up without having the little Lua script issue up here, love to hear from you. I have to click reload all the time. Not bad for a Cyprus looking plane, is it, folks? You didn't know Frontier flew over in Europe. God help you. No, oh, anyway, folks, we're sitting in Cyprus right now. We are going to flight plan this, so bear with me. I got a couple of little pieces of the puzzle to get started. We are in gate 23. Those of you on your scorecards trying to figure out where we're at, that is it. Get Sim Toolkit up here. Before I move on, I do want to check. Did added? Okay, let me just check my profile. Perfect. It's 183 miles, folks, so it's up and down. Not even an up and down. So, we'll go back to the main map. And let me find smart cars. My flight. All right, once we get her all loaded up, we'll get the ACAR system running. All right, so let me first go in again, get my stuff set up to where I will tell it when it can move and when it cannot. Okay. Perfect. And got one more thing to do. I try to keep Sky Vector up to date. Okay, and all right, there we go, folks. All righty, so it is 11 o'clock at night, and we have Turkey up, Ankara, and parts of Russia still online. Wow. Okay, so shall we load the plane? Okay, initially, folks, as we take over the plane, let's do our initial checks here on the batteries. Okay, fuel pumps are off. And go with one, strobe lights auto. Get the basics set up here. All right, that's good. Everything looks good here. All right, we are good to go. All right, let's start. First, we have to work with Sim Toolkit here, folks. And I'm using this today for those. Remember, folks, big things to be able to use Sim Toolkit in flight planning. First off, you have to find it on your stream. Not that one, doggone it. There we go. Okay, first thing you got to do is make sure it's tied to Sim Brief. So that means you got to have a Sim Brief account. That's free, just for the registry. All it is. Once you have that, whatever you use to log in, go right here to settings, scroll down, put in your user login ID there. A little different than Toliss. You're good to go. Secondly, if you're flying a Toliss aircraft, bear with me, I'm going to get rid of Sim Toolkit here real quick. Go up here to plugins, Toliss, ISCS, go over here to your accounts. If you have the NEO, as you just saw, put in the information required from the manual. 2, go to your SimBrief account itself information. Look for your numeric ID, stick it here. Okay? Then, to figure out if these are what you want on or off, read the manual. Hoppy CPDLC login is not a requirement. Neither is this part a requirement. It just makes things easy. But this just would, the theory is you'd be able to talk to centers without having to talk to them. You do it just like the real airplanes do by DLC. Guess what? Most VATSIM guys do not use this. Even if you go to the Hoppy site, look at them, see that they're online, they just ignore it. Why have it? So I'm half tempted to get rid of it. All right, so go back to ground services real quick, folks. Going over it, it's all pretty self-explanatory. How the doors are and all of that, you can set that your way. In the cold climates, you can quick de-ice or animate it. Animate means you're going to see the truck drive, 2 trucks drive around your plane. And you could push it back from here as well. Or what we're about to do. We're going to come down here. We are going, well, first off, we got to make a flight plan. All right, so let's go here. And let's do that, shall we? All right, so all you do is click Flight Planning. Now, instead of Load Last, if you were to do that, and you loaded up the flight I just did, you would get the Córdoba to Montevideo. Go to Advanced Planner. Put in this case, LCLK, LLBG. Now, the neat thing is here, it's going to look to see what is downloaded as real-world flights. Okay, now I just looked at my airline that I'm flying for, Mac Air. They don't have half of these. Yeah, I could have flown some 737s, some... You can see all the different planes and all. We're just going to fly. They don't show a 321, do they? No. Well, we're going to fly a 321, whether they like it or not. And a matter of fact, hang on a second. Checking my A321s for the aircraft do we have? Thought I had it. What did I get for thanking folks? Got a tail number? Yeah, go outside. I know you all aren't seeing this. I'm just grabbing tail number real quick. (711) Frontier. Okay. And we'll just, I do IAE. I think I did. Edit. Copy. Number 7. Fox Romeo 711. There we go. And everything else looks good. Nice, and give it 35. Okay. Save. It's takeoff thrust. I have no idea what this is. All right, I'm thoroughly lost at what it's asking me. How am I supposed to take takeoff first? They putting in the new requirements? Mentioned this earlier, folks. They are working to put us on performance charts. You know what? I am just going to close without saving. Just use one of those. I'm not going to waste my time here. All right. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on there, folks. All right, so for aircraft, what I'm going to use is one that I already have saved and hope it works. All right, let me see where we are. It's the only one now, so go with it. All right. All right, so what I'm going to do is advanced. I may have to redo a lot of this. All right, so we are going to be running under CYP 572. We'll just call us Wiz 572. Use the American Airlines 2050 Zulu. How about D130? That'll work. Let's try for 20. Okay. Contingency 5%. 5 minutes. Taxi 20. 10 minutes in. Not caring about most of the rest of this. So I think we are cleared to generate. Key, SimBrief account. In that SimBrief account, make sure you have your aircraft, and if you're putting new ones in, they have to see there's new data to add. And then 3, make sure Sim Toolkit is connected to SimBrief through the settings right here, and then all the way at the bottom, look for the SimBrief, put your user ID in there. Toliss, make sure you go to the add-on accounts area and put in your numeric ID from your SimBrief account. Okay, we'll click Fly Now and see how short this flight is from there to there, folks. All right, speaking of short flights, we're going to have 150 people on board, 35,700 pounds of payload, and they're going to send up 13,500 pounds of fuel. And actually, probably be about 700 or so, we'll see. And our alternate today is LLER. It's LLER. Ilian and ASAF Ramon. Okay, that's where if we have to, we go to, which is basically right at the mouth of the Red Sea. Okay, cost index of 15, we're going to get 25,000 feet, hopefully. Weather here, tranquil, 150-degree wind at 3, balmy 75 degrees, humidity right up there with a beautiful day, clear and visibility okay. down in Israel, we're going to come in on the runway 12. Clear and visibility okay, 290 at 6. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm almost feeling a runway 30 approach. And that's a fun one, folks. So, alright, so there you have it, folks. I'm going to punch us up on VATSIM. $21.20, and I just got to put in my nav data. Always. And our RVR acceptable. Did I make us whiz? No, I did not. Good. Okay, flight plan is filed. Alright, we'll come back to all of this here in a few. But for now, folks, there's how you do the flight planning again. Keys, make sure you have a SimBrief account. Make sure you have some tail number aircraft in your saved aircraft. And then with SimBrief or Sim Toolkit, make sure your settings has your user login information. Alright? Let's get after it, shall we? Hey, we're on the clock, folks. We got 55 minutes to airborne. Or to pushback. Pushback. Again, welcome aboard, folks. If you're into it, I'd love for you to hang on. I am going to switch the title so people have an idea what we're flying now. Alright, that should switch us over to it, so now you see what we flew first, then what we're flying now. Alright, so let's do it, shall we? Okay, let's get down here and load our airplane. First, mechanically, correct fuel amount is 13.5. I'm going to actually put on 13.8. Reason being, what came up was 13.6. Boy, that's, I'll take the extra fuel. I'll take the ribbing from the airline if I need to. We also are looking at potentially 9,500 pounds of cargo. So let's see there. Let's see, there's the fuel truck rolling in. Going to set us to 13,500-ish pounds refueling. Okay, so cargo-wise, come to that one in a second. Let's get our peeps on board. That was dumb. Hopefully that didn't just close our door. Good. All right, so 50. Okay. Leave this turned on in case. Got to reset it. Okay, pretty decent frame rates here. Just getting the map set up real quick. And we'll go to weight balance. Okay, let's reset the current. So we have our 150 and our expected fuel. Zero fuel weight should still be 144, 140. So we are heavy by 4,000 pounds. Let's zero out and see what happens. Now we're 2,000 pounds light, so we'll put 1,000 in each. Okay, that's easy to do. And 44, 100. Okay, we're going to drop 200 pounds and we'll be done. 175, one perfect. We're good here, here, and here. We're done refueling. All right, folks, so we've got the plane loaded. Let's get the APU. Okay, APU's coming on. Oh, excuse me, folks. Again, the pretty polar bear on the tail. Okay, the bleed is on. Alright, all our tests are done. Engine fire test, APU fire test, and our cockpit voice recording test. All good. Just wondered if the cargo smoke test works. There it is. It works. Alright, flap levers into down, up position, and again, this is the only gauge we have, so that's good. Spoilers are down and retracted. Probe heats auto, and air conditioning panel is good. The gen fault light is on, and we're ready to... I just noticed the Neo gets rid of a lot of stuff up. Wonder what dictates this up here. Alright, with the ADIR's on. Just checking. We have 7 minutes. Okay. Continuing, so we'll just come down. Everything looks good. Okay, lights, spoilers are on auto. Lights are now set to 1. And all our lights are off. Seatbelts are off at the moment. Auto on the smoking light because emergency lights are armed. Dome off. Landing elevation set to auto. Everything else set to auto. On. It's on. Coming off the external power. Alright. Down here. And we'll turn that off at the same time. Alright. Alright, pack flows are going out. Got the switch back too, that's weird. And the fuel is coming up. Okay, radios are good there. Coming down here, they look good here. Oh, one last thing. Got the green light connecting. Sure I got the right call sign. CYP 5728321. All right, let's get into Big Do. Okay, proper engine. Dates are good. Do the init request. Okay, proper. There's our alternate. That looks good. Let's go to the init IRS. Let's pull up charts. Back. Sanu, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. First time chat. Cheap viewers on. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. All right, we got to get our charts program up here. All right, we are in stand 23. 23 will be November 3452.1. Okay, let's. Okay, by west or east, my bad. Now we're on the eastern hemisphere, 3336.5. Okay, align on this, which will be in 5 minutes. Confirm. Get our wins. And back to the end. Go to page 2. All right, so we need to make sure our numbers are correct. So we got 144.1 for the ZFW. That is correct. 28.9. No, that's not correct. Now it's correct. 13.5, we'll put 13.8. Okay, everything looks good. Now we'll move to the F plane. Bring charts back in, and now we'll do the flight plan. After kick away. All right. First off, let's get our flight in here. All right, so we're planning. Find an E. Easy way to read it, he said. All right, today's flight, folks, will be the EMED-1D to EMEDA, to TUZIB, L189 to ZUKKO, the Goded 2, runway 12. Now, we may shuffle to the 30. Why? Because the weather. Here, let me show you here. See how the winds are not really favoring us. 90 at 6 KVOC. That's 20 minutes old, folks. And we do not have an ATIS, so that pretty much says ATC is not up. So I am going to make a command decision. We're going to go for runway 30. And that means we're going to have a new arrival. So let's select that first. The net for Veti. Okay, so here's the net. Let's look at it. 1 2s and 3 0s. I kind of like that. The other restrictions on it. Okay, let's check the other one. Okay, we're going to work in. This one's going to be for runway 30. Okay. Real quick to just let you see the orientation here on the airport. Alright, 1 2, folks, is coming in this way, straight in. The way the winds are favoring us, we could come in on 2-6. 2-1 kind of is pushing it, but 3 0's right into it. I think we're going to go with the, I think we said, Vita. Sure there's nothing saying turboprops only. Nope. Going to add that. Then we're going to go to approaches. Now, are you starting to see how fun this is? Now, we could have ran the other one. We could come off Flamenco, make the turn around here, or come here. I'm going to go with this one. BG304. Of course, we have a couple of RNAVs. And that'll put us right in on the ILS. Alright, and it's loaded us up down there, so we're good to go now. Now, I'm pretty happy with what... Alright, so, let's get in here. Our FM's McDoos have all aligned up. This is where it gets a little fun. So, and you as pilot command, if ATC is nice, will let you. Going off runway 22. And EMED 1D. Go. And usually, folks, the stars and SIDs over in Europe, usually that is your SID. So, EMED, if there was another transition like bone, that they would tell you. You know, that's usually your SID. All right, so let's walk it out. Okay, here we go. D-E-D-E-D-E-A. Okay, after that, we've got TUZIB. And again, down below here, we're looking, I'm going to go ahead and push this out a little. Looking for any big discontinuities. Zamba. Azra. ZUKKO. Okay, that's where we knew we ended. That's how quick this flight's going to be, folks. Now, we're going to switch over to the Beta on arrival 30. So again, click your airport, arrival, and that ILS 30. All right, now we said we're flying the VETE 1 Alpha. Transition here. No transitions for that, I believe. Let me double check the chart. Nope, coming in off ZUKKO. Or no, via, no transitions, it's just ZUKKO in insert. Okay, so ZUKKO, K Onfo. Amos, VTEC, BG 305, 304, 303, 302, 301, Gate. Okay, and then we intercept, I'm sorry, Shura to Rosso. Intercept on Moshi and right on down 30 LLBG. Perfect. Okay, here's our missed approach, folks. Rather lengthy. And we just basically fly out until they tell us to rejoin. However, if we need to go to our alternate, Tomel, Civic, Emit, ISDA, MZD, ALUQ, Sukat, Kenar, Sheo, Shaney, Nurit, and LLE. Alright, we can fill this in. We're not. We're going back to F plan. F troop, if that's more a liking to you. Show my age if you that show. Alright, and let's get rid of charts. Okay, with that done, let's go to RadNav. Now, if you wanted to put a secondary flight plan in, this would be the time to do it. We're just going to press on. Everything looks good here. We're going to Perf. And over to EFB one more time. Alright, let's check our latest METAR. Now 28 minutes old, 290 at it's LLBG. Sorry, folks. Oh boy. Okay, nothing bad. Variable at 1, they're showing nothing bad. So we show 176 and 3. That'll kick down 1. Alright, temperature here is 24, 10, 10, which translates to 29.8. Dry runway, anti-ice, takeoff looks good, CG looks good, 29287. Okay, now we have a 9,800 foot runway, folks. The airport itself sits 11 feet above, so we could look at flexing this one. I'm actually gonna flex it. We're gonna set it 140 for V1. Actually, what? Just love doing this. Go to 2. Let's do that. Still looking at, let's go to 135, 38, 141, down 01. That's what we'll do. Okay, so what we could do now, if you wanted to check Toga, you could. That's 100% power. So, hang on a second. Checking something out here. Alright, thrust reductions 1020. Okay. /1020. I use a site called Blackbox 711, folks, to get this information. We're doing 2.2, correct? So 16. Just a little added realism. Alright. Now, let's update. We put in our numbers. $10.10. Can't change the temperature there. Put 176 slash and we're looking for flaps 2. Now you could just leave it like this, but I'm going to go ahead and do down 0. Is it our trim? Now don't rush to click here, folks. Click takeoff data request. Received. I always wait till it tells me it's in. Clear. Here's your data for a full Toga takeoff. Now click flex. Now you get to 138, 138, 162 degrees on your flex, and down 0. Alright, now click insert uplink. We're ready to go, folks. All up. Push back. 35, I must have rocked the somehow, because I told you I was going to pull it back to get a little bit more stopping. But really, our transition level, 9,000 feet, unless ATC would be up to tell us otherwise. That does change quite easily here. Add JATO bottles for takeoff just because sounds like a great idea. If you're looking for that information I put in, folks, here's where you find it at Blackbox 711 site. Put in your ICAO code. If you're in Europe, he's pretty well got you covered. Anywhere else, kind of roll the dice. He does have a way for you to find out what he has done. All right, we're all ready to go. All right, final checks here. Alright, the altimeter setting we said was 10, 10. Landing system constraints, VOR, VOR, managed. And let me just look real quick here. Do we have any altitude or speed restrictions? Below 3,000, below 4,000. So we're going to set 25,000. The aircraft should, if set right, that's what we're looking at. Okay. Alright, well, just go with it and see what happens. Well, we're trying to figure out, get those JADO bottles on here. Okay, once we have those in, let's check the anti-skid switch that it's on. Switching panel right here. Make sure all 4 switches pointing in the 12 o'clock direction. Guess what, folks? It is time to push this thing back. Wait for the door to close. I am going to go ahead and request better pushback.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Oh, you don't want to leave the question that wide open, sir.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Alright, and with that, well, sure we're in TARA, Terra. R. Jetway's coming back. All we got left is the chocks. Again, folks, thanks for flying. If you're new, oh, thank you, Mr. Hawker. All I gotta do is push the start button. Great job there, moderator. Great job. And we're not on the map yet. There shortly. There we are. And we're good to go, folks.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Okay, I'm going to... Last thing down here with this. Mechanical unchockas. Believe it or not, it won't let you push, folks. Again, thanks, Hawk, for making me not forget. Did you forget? No, I did not. You caught me just in the right time. Thank you, sir. Folks, if you got any questions about the flight sims, primarily...
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected. Bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Primarily X-Plane or FSX and back, let me know. Hey, folks, in the chat, I'd love to help you out. Also, folks, I can do some general aircraft questions. If you get into some pretty steep IFR questions, my eyes will glaze over. I was just a private pilot way back when, and rules have changed so much that if I was to go for flying again, I'd want ground school. So, but I wouldn't need 40 hours to get recruited. Whatever between me and the instructor would be my comfortability with flying. So, fire them away, folks. Love to have them there in chat, or hit me up like many of you do, you on the YouTube channel. Hit me here on Twitch, Discord. If you don't know our Discord invite, Boom. There it is. And I'm going to go ahead and give you the YouTube. If you missed anything in this flight planning / getting the plane ready, check it out on YouTube. It'll be up in a day or two, so we'll see how things are going. All right, let's let the guy push us back. First thing, make sure we have those beacons blinking. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We ask that you please take your seat, put your seat belts on, and don't get up out of the plane until we decide how we're going to land. Y'all have a great day. Wouldn't that be fun to hear? And that's why I'm not a airline captain, folks. Brakes off.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
Starting this thing is super simple, folks. Airbus kept it simple. Take your engine mode switch to start. Got your air pressure. We've got a little bit of a pushback here, so I like to try to get it to where the least amount of, you always got to be cognizant of your jet wash in the real world. In the sim world, we're not really going to blow over pickup trucks like some of you may have seen in videos of past. All right, we got a good light off on number 1. And if some of you have been scratching your head going, why does Cyprus sound so familiar? Well, the Bible, especially in the New Testament, a lot of activity happened here with Paul and Barnabas and Silas. And John had a few things. So, plus it showed up in other places as well in the Old Testament. All right, first engine's up and running.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
All right, brakes set. Cleared to disconnect.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
All you get, 1 moment. All right, we got fuel flow, EGT coming up. We'll go ahead and release. All right, folks, once we get started, it's pretty simple from here to get it.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
And you're just looking for a veil. For the moment, let me just knock off APU bleed. Then we'll watch our better pushback guy show us the pins, and then we're cleared to start our taxi. There's our pins. And then Since he may or may not see hand signals, lights flashing always helps. All right. Okay, so flaps 2. Check your, make sure you're setting to flaps 2. Heading down here, we want to check and arm our spoilers. Trim to 0. This thing. Okay. We're on Terra already. Go ahead. Again, arm slides. And APU off. All right. As I mentioned earlier, in case Hawker wasn't here, it may break your heart a little bit, but this is Airbus really helps the pilot out a lot. Here's case in point. Setting the trim. In a Boeing, you got to look at a little wheel and try to guess if you're at the right number. In an Airbus, all you got to do, here I'll blow it up, is set the trim number here. Oh, by the way, McDonnell Douglas did the same thing in giving you a number to set up here. I think Boeing would have caught on. Well, they want the pilots guessing, so guessing whether the one door is still sealed, whether the reverse flaps will stay on the plane. You know, it's a guess when you fly them. In this case, we're going to be down 1. Not down in a long time. No guesswork there, folks. Tells you right off the bat. Oh yeah, and when I go here, hang on, I gotta find the right button. Where's my doors? There they are. Oh look, they're all still there. Sorry, can't resist. But anyway. Alright, so let's get the auto brake as the panel says here to max. Talk to the cabin, let them know we're getting ready to taxi. Alright, we got that turned off, yeah, okay. Nose wheel light, elapsed time on. Chrono off, we're past 3 minutes, we're good for taxi. How's the engine temperatures? All good, so when I do the test, I shouldn't be told wait. Even if I did, we've got a ways to go. Alright, so we're taxiing out. We're going to be basically, folks, we got us a long taxi. We got to go all the way northward to runway 22. Then we'll turn around and head back down. But at least we got a taxiway this time. Let's get our lights on. And let's make sure we have all of our checks done. I'm going to head out to Charlie. Okay. Now, right now, do I need terrain radar? Probably not. So long as I turn out to sea. When I get to Israel, on the other hand, yes. Because we're going to be real close to the mountains. Okay, weather radar's on. There are some mountains here, folks. See them kind of in the distance. But yeah, overall, not a huge factor. take a look here on Simulware real quick. Anybody in the area? GLL, CPH, wherever that is. Okay, and then our area is still good. All right. All right, let's do our final checks here, so we'll be all set, ready to go. Transponder on Terra. Brake temperatures look good. Alright, flight instruments all, flight controls all checked. No one left the control locks on. Just waiting to get to the other end, folks. Welcome aboard if you're new to the channel or you just haven't hit follow. We'd love for you to follow us. Tomorrow we're in a retro Thursday mode. T-tail Thursday to add to it with the 727. So we'll fly a flight with Pan Am and then we'll go from there. Welcome. Hope that, you know, I would love for y'all to follow along. Love to get a little gaggle in the air here. If you have the time. Here's my parking spots. Yeah. Those angry little Cirrus planes sitting in there, Cirrojets. Gaggle in the air. Gaggle of geese? I don't know. Group flight. Jeez, so technical, Hawker. I'd say a group of bears, but I don't think front or a lot of people are going to want to fly Frontier here. Oh, you have the turtle? I'll have to look for... You know, I need to get in there and start looking because I kind of like the way... I mean, I might start flying more Frontier liveries than others. Now, granted, with American Virtual, I gotta fly American stuff. But if I'm flying for Mac Air or any of the others, I might be able to get away with it. And folks, if you haven't checked out Mac Air, boy, what an airline. Folks, you join at the open division level, and from there make your choice. But the open division's like joining any virtual airline. It's basically where all of their scheduled, quote, quote, put that big air quotes, flights are. And folks, they're not just, you know, single, you know, flights. They're set up for a whole litany of airlines. Whole litany of different types of folks. If you can't find a plane to fly there in their schedule, and then I don't think you're looking that hard. But if you don't find a route you like, after you've done your first flight, check out some of the divisions they have. They have a charter division just for that situation. You can't find the route you want. Or the aircraft may not be associated to it. Charter division's good. Historical sounds just like it says. Historical aircraft, cargo for those of us cargo dogs out there that love the cargo planes. So they've got just about everything for you. And if you're one of those wanting to improve upon your flying skills, they have what's called a pro division, and you could request to join that. So folks, check them out there, Mac Air, macairvirtual.com. Go from there. All right, we're at the end of the runway. Final checks complete. Larnaca traffic, Cyprus 572. Sorry about that. Departing 22. Too many airline call signs of late. Starting to sound like a real airline pilot. Cabin's ready. Brake set, flaps set. Spoilers armed. We're ready to go. And this, folks, is what a displaced threshold looks like. Just arrows. You can take off in it, you just can't. You're not supposed to land in it. Takeoff power set, airspeed's alive, both sides, 80 knots. V1. Tape. Positive rate gears coming up. Auto take it from here. Folks, we're airborne on our way. Hope you all enjoyed. Nice turnaround. Got airborne a little early. Okay, we're bringing flaps up to 1. Like I said, there's a few bumps here in Cyprus. Nothing super major. Wait till you see, we got the hills that lead to Jerusalem that we're going to be turning inbound for the runway. Okay, we're above S speed, so the flaps can come up. Transition should be 9,000. We'll find out. All right, folks, I hope y'all are enjoying. And again, we would love for you to smash follow and join us on our future trips. But welcome aboard. Any questions or comments you have, love to see them in the chat room. I'll do the best I can to answer them. If not, I'll try and do some research and get you an answer. We've had a lot of questions about flight planning. Again, the big thing with Sim Toolkit, if that's how you want a flight plan, gotta have a Sim Brief account. It's free. All you got to do is register. Once you're there, make sure you have aircraft in the saved aircraft by tail number. You can set your flight plan up there in SimBrief. They are adding performance data. Don't know the timeline when, but that was in their latest newsletter when we had the note that our FMCs were up for updating. So that could be coming into effect here real quick. We had an error message, so that wondering. And then finally, once you have your SimBrief account, your tail numbers, if you didn't load a flight plan, you want to do it in Sim Toolkit, load up Sim Toolkit, go down to settings. In settings, make sure you're on the settings, not X-Plane, but settings, and put in your SimBrief user ID. Then you should be able to load it up. Otherwise, just from SimBrief. But you gotta have those steps done in order for it to work. As I understand it, that's what I did, and it's been working better part of a year and a half, 2 years. So, all right, so we're at 10,000 feet. Lights are coming off. And we're continuing our climb, folks. We got about 30 minutes to Tel Aviv. Well, actually, Loud. So, and we're just about to EMEDA, the exit point for the SID. And we'll just continue climbing to flight level 250. We'll get a quick look here at the charts. Quick look at the speeds here just as we get out of the commercial break. And I'm going to leave that there. And welcome back, those of you in the commercial break. Trying to save my saves up because I only get where I can intervene a couple times a week. So if you're annoyed by them, I apologize. The really, truly only way to get rid of them is to subscribe, which I would love you to do. But that's something you have to decide whether, it costs money for that, folks. $5 maximum. So that's your call. I'm not going to sit here and push that. I'll push following all the way from wheels up to wheels down, but not subscribing. That's your call. But if you don't want advertisements, that's one way to get rid of them. All right. As we went out, I was telling our subscribers that are here, we're going to start briefing the arrival, because we're only 30 minutes out, folks. So let's head over to the mark. You can see what we're doing, frame rates. Not bad. Landing. Let's find out if that's our current Ben Gurion. Tel Aviv, Israel. Also been told Lod. I'm not sure which... if Lod is like the suburb it's in, or what. So, let's see here. 280 at 5. This is as of 2120. This one is as of... okay, so this is not the latest and greatest. The latest and greatest 3 minutes old is 2120 Zulu. You would see that right here. So we're going to set the numbers. Variable. You know what? Let's just drop that to 3. Temperature there is 25. And our altimeter, we're going to keep it in the inches of mercury. It equates to 1011, what I'm putting in there. Planning a dry runway, we won't need anti-ice, air conditioning on. Got a 9,942 foot runway. And here, let me, so before we go, we've got the terminals we're going to go to about 3/4 of the way down. So let's keep it low for now. Let's see where we end up. Cute. Okay, here's our requirement. Here's our predicted distance. I like this. We'll keep it low. V approach 139. Keep that in the back of your mind, folks. 139. All right, so let me bring in charts. Let's talk it through. A little bit more on this arrival than what we had before. Here's the weather I was reading from, folks, now 5 minutes old. As of 2120 Zulu, it's variable at 3. Clear, visible. Okay, 25 degrees, 1011 outward, UNH. And we're looking good for the runway, as you can see, all green. Vita 1A for the ILS runway 30. Vita works like this. Vidic, not Vita. ZUKKO below 13,000. Kung Fu. Anyway, 11,000 to 10,000. Amos below 9,000. Vitek, 8,000 to 7,000. So obviously we're below 250 knots. 8,000 and 7,000 at BG 305 and 304, which is our initial fix for runway 30, between 8,000 and 6,000. That's going to be key altitudes on this approach. Okay, it's always key, more so on approaches like this, folks. ILS runway 30. Okay, I like to bring in as much of the information as possible. Sorry about that, didn't want to cough in your ears. If you know how to get on D-ATIS out here in Europe, love to know it. Because we do it in the States with a program that lets us look it up. It's not one of those you have to pay for as a pilot, real pilot. So ATIS, arrival, approach, tower, ground. Okay, so our ILS will set to a 111.9 Baker, or I'm sorry, Bravo Delta. Final approach course 296. You'll see that's more critical on this one than you're used to. Kind of get a hint of it right here. We'll get into it. At distance 8.7 from Bravo Delta, the localizer, 3,200 feet, which equates to 3,070 feet AGL. Talk decision, altitudes, and heights in a moment down at the bottom of the form here. And the airport sits 134 feet above sea level. The runway, 130 feet. Here's our missed approach. Basically what it's saying here, folks, we climbed 4,000 on course 296. Okay, just like we took off on 29. Actually, I think it's 26, but anyway. At 185 knots, no faster. At or above 700 feet, turn left, direct BG 50. Max speed again, 220. Between 3,000 and 4,000, just continue on track and follow ATC. Either they're going to loop you back to BG 304 or let them go. Okay. Rest of the information's here. ILS DME will read 0 at runways 30's threshold. So the localizer is set up to there. Not usually like it is at the far end. 18,000 feet's our transition here. Like I said, it's a little different type of arrival here. We're going to come in at 6,000 over BG, 304, maintaining that all the way to Gitay. At Gitay, we'll begin our descent to 4,000 at 185 knots, or maximum. Round the corner at Rosso to Moshi, still no faster than 185 at 3,700 feet. And then work our way to coupling onto the ILS and so forth. All right, I see our FMCs are barking at me. We're getting close to top of descent. So, gonna set numbers real quick to 10,000. All right, real quick here, round this out. Here's our descent. Decision altitude, we're class C 211, 550. 341, 211. 341's MSL, 211's AGL. We'll show you how we set that up. All right, so that's how this works, folks. Charts out of here, 3 over here. Next, UNH 1010. Temperature 25. Once 280 at 3. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, I hate when it does things like this. Out of range. Five 280 diagonal tree. And bear with me a second, folks. How far out are we? 16 miles, okay. All right. Check something, folks. 10, 11. All right. Real quick, 341. Gonna go with. We're all set for descent. Okay, and we are starting our descent. All right, and like I said, folks, that's how these flights can be, super fast. Now, 13 minutes out from landing, give it about 20, but we're on our way in. Again, folks, I want to welcome you aboard. I hope you all have enjoyed the Córdoba to Montevideo, over now to Cyprus and to Israel. It's been a fun day, folks. It really has been. Hope you all enjoy it. Hope you've enjoyed. The F-15 is super fast. Really? I thought it was kind of a slow dog. So, but anyway, Hawker 125, by the way, I do apologize to you, sir. I'm not as sophisticated as many out here I don't have the automatic replies on, but if you get a chance, you see Hawker 125, head over there, give him a follow. You'll find him sometimes just playing the drums, teaching you how to play the drums, playing other kinds of games, and occasionally you might even catch him in a flight sim. Also, one of the other reasons you might want to is to keep up with him on his little project in the garage. He has a, as the message says, he has a fuselage of a Hawker 125 that he plans to turn into a flight sim between now and someday. So check it out. You can always find out where he is in the project. All right, folks, we aren't that far away. Oh, I know why I'm getting that. Let's do it the best way. All right, folks, so check them out there. We give them some love and some following there. All right, so we are heading in here. Should be on the ground in about 20 minutes. And I'm really glad you all have stuck around enjoying this foray into flight sim. Right, we're coming up on the transition level. I'm gonna go ahead and swap into it. It said 1011. Let me double check. Yes. All right, so here we go, folks. ZUKKO, you're not gonna be below 13,000. Going into an open descent. All right, currently, folks, we're looking at a landing speed 133, approach approximately 1. And that's what I plan to, once we start getting into the maximum speeds of 180, get this thing slowed down to. And like I said, into Montevideo, and I use that because I find that one easier to pronounce than Carrasco, Carrasco, however that's said. I just find that one much easier to say. Slowing this thing down can be a trick, but landing gear down helps a lot. Getting that drag from the gear down helps a lot. All I'm trying to do, folks, is get below 13,000 at ZUKKO. then between, it's hard to read, 11 and 10,000 at Hong Kong Fui. Okay, we made it. No speed restrictions again at this point, but once we hit Convo, right up here, our next fix, folks, yeah, we'll slow to 250. So I hope y'all are having a great Wednesday hump day. Hope it's all going well for you. Look at the bright side. Tomorrow's just a day and a half away to the weekend. All right, we said hello. Freaks, can we go? Okay, the ILS is set 111 decimal. Is that right? 11.9. We don't. Yeah, we do. We have it tuned in. BD 11.9 ILS, so we're good there. We're just trying to make the 11 to 10,000 foot mark here. Then it's below 9,000. Okay. Let's get some winds updated here. Again, if you click on the left side, folks, that's your fix information. Click on the right side. This is your speed restrictions and constraints. And you can access your wind data. Alright, and it's up to date now. Down below 9,000 now. Get my chart. 9,000. Let's go down to 7. And that 7,000 is at VTEC between 8 and 7,000. If again, watch your gauges here, folks. Amos is right now showing us at that, where our top of descent is for it. Here's where it'll end. At any time, you can go into what's called an open descent. Instead of it saying throttle, it'll say open. And control it by yourself. We're at 10,000, so we're not showing. Oh yeah, we are. We're at 250. Gonna take over, take us down to 240. Okay, let's also get our lights on. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take one. Okay, and 7,000 is the bottom of VTEC, and then we'll continue at 7,000 till we get to BG 305. Alright folks, we are slowly getting ourselves into Israel. I can't even see the land yet. And for those curious, yes, this is X-Plane 12.1.0 beta-3. Just updated for me today. And I'm going to say I haven't seen anything that's really standing out as a problem. Then again, I may not know exactly what to look for. So, induced drag. Hype it. Hype it up, folks. Love to see you all follow us. If you're not into the commercials and you just want to get rid of them, or it makes you want to leave, hey, you can always think about subscribing. So I know that kind of not what you want to hear, but unfortunately, I gotta have the commercials to help Twitch get paid for, and I get very little bit out of it. All right, now it's 7,000 to BG 305, and then we'll continue our descent down to 6,000 and get ready for the ILS. Hey, I'm starting to see the land in the haze. Okay, and one more time, visibility is greater than 9,999 meters here. 26 minutes old. All right. Start some checklist items here. Okay, so we got our flight director LS constraints on. Kind of see how this approach is going to work here, folks. We're set up here at 40 nautical miles, so you can kind of see. And yes, those of you tuning in right now, yes, Frontier is flying the route from Cyprus to Tel Aviv. Figured we'd bring a polar bear to a place that would never, ever, ever see one. I don't even know if their zoo would have one. Like, but it's a place I really do want to visit, folks. If it was up to me, I'd spend about a month to a year there. A lot I want to see. And learn. Okay. Lights are set. Start down to 6,000. See how it says open descent? Let's do it. Alright, from there, what's our max speeds? Anything? Start seeing that at about Rosso. Okay. All right, so I think at Gite, when we start down to 5,000, we are going, or yeah, 4,000. We will lost my train of thought there. Someone came in the house and a dog was barking. We'll set up for the arrival. Get us slowed up. Okay, we're in the ILS. All right, we'll go ahead and bring that up. That way you all can alert me if you see someone come up to tell me, oh, you can't do what you're doing. All right, folks, here we go. Start seeing this higher terrain here. It's more prominent over here. I'm going to go ahead and knock it down a notch so you can see why we got to really pay attention to our altitudes. Okay, BG 301, we got to be, that's where we'll start our descent to 5. I'm going to go ahead and arm it and be ready for the descent. Literally down to 4,000. So Rosso and Moshe no faster than 185. Okay. Now you're starting to see this terrain. Not as impressive till you look at it from the other way because you're coming up from nearly below sea level. Well, this is a much bigger hill. By the way, they're at 3,100 feet. You're a beam from Shira, so you know, pretty impressive still to be this close to the airport. Which make sure updates, no updates. Okay. And we're leveling off. Now you see why altitude is critical on this approach. Most approaches it is, more so on instrument approaches like this. As we start the roll down to 4,000. And we'll go ahead and extend flaps 1. Let's go ahead and arm up the spoilers. And I'm also slowing to 185. And for the fun of it,
2,500.
my sunglasses.
2,500. 2,500.
'Kay, everything's available.
2,500. 2,500. 2,000. 2,000.
And of course, we're going to be flying right into the sun, folks. That's why I put my sunglasses on. Flaps full. Get established. Inbound a little closer. Flaps full, 140. Localizer active. All right, folks. Predictions, if any, want to put any in? Follow my lead if you're wanting to. Exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number. We're on glide slope, 13 miles out. Gurion traffic, Cyprus 572, 10-mile final, 430.
$2,500.
Going for the aircraft type. I see there, Hawker. Oh, 231. You changed it. I see how you are. Flaps are full. You're coming down.
2,000.
I don't know about you all folks, but I do not see the runway out there. Hence why Otto is continuing to fly. Got a long way to come down, folks. Decision altitude is 3-4. Ocker has 2 entries? I didn't know that. That's it. I'm going home. Oh, wait. I am there. Still. Oh, wait. I think we're starting to see the runway, folks. Last chance, folks. If you'd like, well, you can follow the channel anytime you'd like. We're taking
1,000.
runway is now in sight. Ben Gurion traffic, Cyprus 572, now 3 mile final, 430, gear down. Roger, cleared to land 30, Cyprus 572.
500.
Really do like flying in here. It's kind of fun. I'd like to do this in the real
400.
world. Actually, more than once. It's
300.
just puffing a
100
little
above.
bit off the right side of our nose.
200.
Minimum.
Landing established and stable.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Retard. Retard.
10.
5.
And Ben Gurion traffic, Cyprus 572, clear of 30 to the terminal. Here will be in the main terminal area. I think I know. Alright folks, let's see how close I've gotten here to getting everything off the top of my head. Landing lights, ground spoilers, engine mode should be already in. Sure it is. Alright, AP on. Alright, we're into blocks, folks. Make sure parking brake set, parking brake set. Fan. Okay, anti-ice AP. It's off. Engine 1 and 2 masters can come. Welcome to Benguri. Take a look at this in just a second here. As soon as we get some chocks on the plane so we can move these wheels a little bit. And brakes off. And finally, beacons, seatbelts. Either the jetway doesn't work. Oh, there it goes. But I did that. Alright folks, welcome into Benguri. Seatbelts are off, elapsed time 1 hour to get here. Fuel pumps. Alright, so let's take a look at this first. The cars put us in at 131 feet a minute. Oh, I have a feeling Sim Toolkit wasn't as kind. Alright, so LLBG. Alright, we're in Bravo 2, folks. Go ahead and get rid of that. Alright, so let's take go. But I won with my guess. Oh, go Hawker. Alright, so 265 is what they actually recorded here. Let's go ahead, finish the flight. Click OK. Here we are. All right, let's take a look at the flight, shall we? View the details. An hour flight, 183 miles, 2,000 kilograms of fuel, 1.14. Folks, that's a pretty good landing right there. 265 128, we were a little slow. I think we were supposed to be around 132 if my memory served. Don't don't count on it, folks. Didn't disappoint me. All right, let's take a look at this. All right, couple of new things here. There is a displace threshold. Kind of never seen a threshold line or a end of runway line crooked, but this one is. This is a blast pad. I highly recommend not landing in that, folks. While yes, it's supposed to be pod free, you may run across things you're not expecting. From here to here is the displacement. You're not supposed to land there in the real world. Can't talk about the sim world. However, from the line where the blue dot is, forward is the landing zone. And we, this time around, went 2,230 feet down the runway, 18 feet off the center line. Thought I did better than that. But, oh, goodness gracious. Let's try that again. Here's that blast pad I mentioned, folks. You don't want to land in or take off in. Here's the end of the actual runway, displace threshold to the takeoff. Hey, look, it's a map. Threshold line. And anything forward is where, quote, quote, in the real world you land. Behind that, you're not supposed to. Sim world, I'm going to just leave it there for you. 500 feet down the runway are these marks. And we landed 2,231 feet down. I thought I was, well, yeah, I did. That could be right. This, I thought I was closer to the center line. But 18 feet, hey, it's a Navy landing, what the heck. Here's our metrics for the landing. 265 was our feet per minute at 128 knots. Folks, it's still 1.1 Gs. That's not bad. And here's what the actual specs are on the runway. All right, we can see everything's opened up on the plane. See down here in the ECAM, everything's open. Take a look outside. Gonna go ahead and start buttoning it up. We're gonna try to take a look at this, see how it worked out. I'll get to it yet. There we go. And everything's getting away. Let's go ahead and remove chocks. Brakes are set. Sorry about that, folks. Ooh. All right, let's see if we can rewind this flight. I forgot to turn off VATSIM, but they'll automatically disconnect you. Other ones will ghost you, so don't think that's, you know, just a VATSIM thing. They don't like seeing you go back and forth. All right, let's give it a try. All right, I'm going to leave it in the hands now of Toliss. Yep. give you a little bit better idea of how those mountains look behind us. Pretty, you know, it's not real imposing, but still enough to ruin your day if you hit them. Yeah, I guess I was way off. Alright, well that was still really nice landing. Landing.
100. 40, 30, 20.
Retard.
10.
5. Five.
50.
Well, folks, that is really that's a really good landing. It's a shame I was off by that much. Let's take a look from the tower. Final view. Uh-oh. Let's see if we'll get lucky. Nope. Alright folks, I want to say this much. You've all been great. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike today. It has been my honor and pleasure, as always, to take to the skies in these streams for y'all. I hope you all have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we'll see you tomorrow out here. Tomorrow we plan to fly the Boeing 727 from Clipper. If you don't know the call sign, it's Pan Am. Very iconic airline. Hope you had a great time. Thanks, Hawker, for being our moderator tonight. Thank you so much for us hanging around, hanging out with us tonight. Hope you have a great night there with the fam. Hope you all do as well. We'll see you tomorrow, folks, as we bring it back into Gate Bravo 2. Everything back out at it. Ready for the next one. So as I get these things all going, go. The jetway on the move. All right, folks, we want to thank you again. Hope you all have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, and look for the 727 for Pan Am. God bless you all. We'll see you tomorrow.